Testing, is this coming through now? Are we all here? Man coming through good? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, gamers. Sorry it took me so long. Um, literally, uh, this is going to sound like I'm lying. Uh, it was that I chipped a nail, and I had to find my file to fix it. And I chipped my nail trying to put on my necklace, and uh, you know, that's how it goes. That's the way it is. Let me just try to get some last minute things set up here. First off, putting myself to do not disturb on Discord, so y'all won't get to hear all of my sweet notification noises. The chat thought it was an April Fool's. I would never do that. I announced this days ago. Why? Do you really think I would just gather you all here, play Seattle Yodel, and then leave? Who do you think I am? Jugga Conroy, if you want to call in on Discord and be on the screen, I'll absolutely allow that. If anyone's watching who's a mutual and wants to guest, call me up. This is very going to be loosely structured. Hold on, let me. I just realized I'm still on the welcome to the stream screen. So hold on. Let me make sure I'm on the right thing. Hello? Are we good? Are we in? Are we good? 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 Please tell me we're good. My chat screen's over here because my computer's right here. We good? You thought I was just texting drawing? Yeah, I'm sorry to gaslight y'all. I am unfortunately a real person. I hope you can accept me despite this. I hope that you can, I don't know, accept me for being three-dimensional. I don't always wear the jacket. I could put on the jacket from the profile picture. I could change into that exact outfit. But, you know, we do what we do. And we have to live with what we live. So, I should probably tweet this out to people on Twitter, if people still use Twitter. How do I get a link to the stream? I'm bad with text. Okay, here we go. It's right on the top of my channel. Oh, Corinth, thank you for the super chat. That new Tetris movie on Apple TV Plus is pretty great. That's good to know. I'm kind of interested. I know they used, didn't they use Game Grumps footage in it? I thought that was very funny. Q&A stream on my YouTube channel right now to celebrate 100k subs. It is gonna be a party with lots of Y's and Q's and A's. Stop by. Here's the link. Okay, there we go. That's good. I knew you were streaming because I was watching baby videos on YouTube to condition my cats for impending childbirth, and you had a little live image next to your name. So I'm very curious. Was when you say preparing the cats for childbirth, are the cats giving birth? Or are you preparing the cats to have like to for there to be a baby in the house. Like, is that what we're doing? I mean, congratulations either way. I'm pro cat, but my carpet is unnaturally clean. It's freaking me out. I'm glad you feel that way because personally, I feel like I need a vacuum cleaner. So I guess let's go ahead and transition into this. For those who don't know, I hit 100K a few weeks ago. I don't remember exactly when, like the day, but it was like a little bit before the Gorillas video came out. And I wanted to do a Q&A stream to celebrate, kind of just go through it, because I like doing Q&As, and I didn't want to actually like edit the 10K video again like I did then. But so what I'm doing is instead a Q&A stream. We're just going to go through, answer some questions, have some fun. I don't know how long this is going to go. The way this is going to work, just because Sarah did this way and it seems to work out pretty well as far as like organizing things. It's going to do first come first serve is going to be Patreon. So long as you ask a question through Patreon, I already have a few through Patreon, you'll get your questions answered, right away, kind of immediately. I will not end the stream until there are no Patreon questions unanswered. So help me God. So if you want to keep me here for like 5 days, just keep spamming the patron with questions. So Patreon first come first serve. All super chats will be answered because that seems like the right thing to do, and I'll try to pick up whatever I can on the way. So without further ado, let me click on the actual Patreon thing on my app. And I hope the video's good, by the way. I hope the audio's good. If it's not, let me know. Yeah. Let me go ahead and boot up on my handy dandy cellular device. Our first question, I don't know if I should read the names. I don't want people to be doxxed, quite frankly. But I'll read the first name. We'll see. I'll read the first name. This is from Nolan on the Patreon. Oh, hey, Emily, fellow DFW resident here. Congrats on the milestone. Thank you. Sorry you're in DFW. It's hard to come up with a question so fast, but I guess I will ask, how would you rank the KH games? Still awaiting those videos, Skull. Also, would you plan to stream more? The answer is I'm right here, streaming. So I'd love to stream more. I was doing a bit of streaming around December, right after my car wreck, just because it was something to do. It was the holidays. I wasn't really working, so I couldn't really do a lot of streams. And I started a Pokemon Black stream that I was really having fun, but I haven't gotten to go through since, because ever since January, I've been in a weird mode of, like, I had to go buy a car, had to go find insurance, and then I had to start doing the video, and the video took forever, and, like, that was, like, I don't know if y'all know this, but there's, like, this sort of thing where you get into kind of this anxious little bubble, to where it's, like, I have to work on something, and you feel guilty that you're not working on something. It's kind of like when you call out sick for, like, school or something, and you almost feel guilty if you're not in bed. Like, if you go out and, like, play a video game, there's that conditioning that's, like, I should be working right now, or I should be, like, healing. So I just haven't done streams in a few months. I would love to get back to it, quite frankly. I would love to finish Pokemon Black. There's a lot of other games I would love to play. So yeah, I'll answer that part of that question. I would love to stream more, because I think it's cool. As for how I would rank the Kingdom Hearts games, that's what KH is short for, if y'all aren't toxic, like me. This is a hard one. This is, ranking the Kingdom Hearts games should be theoretically easy, because I care a lot about them, but that actually makes them harder. This might be a controversial opinion. I don't think there's any Kingdom Hearts game that I would say is, like, a masterpiece. Like, I don't know. It's my favorite game series, but I don't think I would put any of them as individual games in my, like, top 10 favorite games list, whatever. Maybe squeeze one of them in there, but like, no. Um, so as far as my favorite, I think they all have issues, and it's just a matter of which ones I think appeals to me more. Kingdom Hearts 2 is the obvious answer for the best one. Everyone loves Kingdom Hearts 2. I love Kingdom Hearts 2. I think it's perfect. It means a lot to me emotionally. Uh, at the same time, I could also make an argument that Birth by Sleep is my favorite one because I really love the Wayfinder trio. Aqua as a character means a lot to me. I don't know, y'all can't see because the camera cuts out. I have like almost a little. I used to have a full on Aqua shrine. It's kind of divided up a bit now, but I have an Aqua plush. I have Aqua's Wayfinder, and I have the big Play Arts Aqua figure. Aqua is a very emotional core character for me, who that I really care about a lot. Um, and so for that, I Birth by Sleep gets on there. So I could see easily 2 or Birth by Sleep being at my top. It just depends. Because here's the thing, I don't like the actual Disney worlds of Birth by Sleep. I think the Disney worlds kind of suck. I think the levels in Birth by Sleep are really not good. But the actual story and the characters for me make up for it in a way that I personally am fine with. Uh, so those would be my top 2. And then after those would be I just got 100K, so why not go ahead and go under 100K? They can't take my plaque away from me. My second or third best after, those 2 games tied for the tops would be Kingdom Hearts 3. I think Kingdom Hearts 3 is fantastic. I don't really have any big issues with it. Does it kind of wish that, do I wish that, like, Twilight Town was fleshed out more? Sure. Do I wish it had, like, a hub area like 1 and 2 did? Yeah, absolutely. I think that one of the big structural problems of the game is that you don't have that thing like in 1 where you go back to Traverse Town, or 2 where you go back to Hollow Bastion, or 3 or Birth by Sleep where you go back to Radiant Garden. But I think 3 plays great. I think the story is great. I think the levels are the best they've been in the series. They took the Kingdom Hearts 1 levels but made them actually fun and fun to navigate, and they were very unique and really appealed to what makes those movies tick. Not all the worlds are fantastic, but I would say that any world in Kingdom Hearts 3, like the actual act of playing it, I would say is better than the other games. Frozen level, yeah. Frozen level is the weakest of the KH3 levels. And that's one where you could tell Disney really had their hand in it. But I still think it's good. I would play Kingdom Hearts 3 Frozen World over Pirates of the Caribbean in Kingdom Hearts 2 any day. So that's my personal opinion on that. After Kingdom Hearts 3, my third favorite would be Chain of Memories. I think Chain of Memories is a masterpiece. I am supposed to be doing a Kingdom Hearts video, and I've been working on it. It just takes a while because it's such a big thing. I'm trying to figure out if I want to do a special video just cutting out my Chain of Memories segment just about Chain of Memories. That's just called, like, You're Playing Chain of Memories Wrong. I think Chain of Memories is fantastic. The story is the best of the series. The levels, the story in the Disney world is not that good, but the story, like, around it, with Sora losing his memory, the introduction to the organization, fantastic. That stuff's great. The card battle system, perfect. I love running through Chain of Memories. Chain of Memories is such a fun game to break. It is so good. I feel like people who don't like Chain of Memories, I can't blame them because it is so different. But I feel like one of the big mistakes people make is that they want to try to play it like the other Kingdom Hearts games. I feel like if you do that, it doesn't really work. My opinion is if you want to play Chain of Memories, ideally, you are not touching the X button, like, at all. You are using slides, I don't know how you pronounce it, because those are your real god combo things. They're great. There's so many ways you can break Chain of Memories, and I find that the breaking of Chain of Memories is so good. Shiba Kun is bored. Thank you so much for the super chat. Oh my god. You can read name. I'm trying to start video essays. I was never good at English, so how do you structure your videos? And how do I know if my topic is interesting enough? Like, yeah, I like it, but how do I know if others will too? That's a great question. First off, thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate it. As far as how do I structure my videos and how I know a topic is interesting, I think for me, when I try to determine if a topic is interesting, and something I go back and forth a lot because it's like my channel focuses on a lot of very hyper specific things that I'm into and I'm alone's probably into. I think for me, it's a matter of finding like a hook, you know? I don't want the beginning and the end of the conversation to be like, hey, this exists and it's weird, but rather this exists and what does this say about what we're doing? And like, you know, it doesn't have to be like a twist, but generally like that style of like a kind of a twist is sort of this what I think you want to go for. So for like the Gorillaz video, the like interest there, the hook there is like, hey, this is something that is really acclaimed, but also almost brought the band down. For something like the Dollar Store Game Show video, it's like, hey, this weird show exists. What does that say about capitalism and about the way we structure TV? It's about trying to find just sort of a thing of what you're trying to say beyond just presenting the idea. I'd never want to just feel like I'm just doing like Lady Emily reviews X, unless it is specifically like a Lady Emily reviews sorts of videos. As for how I structure videos, like the thing is, I feel like people get stuck with video essays trying to figure out how this stuff works, and because it is such a new medium. But like part of video essay is just the word essay, and I think a lot of that stuff really is something you learn just through the actual act of essay writing itself. Because the way I structure my videos is very similar to how I would write papers in college and high school and stuff like that. You have your introduction where you have your thesis to where you say, I'm going to be talking about this, and this is the argument I'm going to be presenting. And then you go through all of your like individual points as you try to do a like kind of timeline of events to kind of guide your opinion through it. One thing I do that really helps myself, and I do this with Sarah videos, and I do this with my videos, is that I try to do like chapter headings and things like that. So like for the Gorillaz video, once again, since that's just the most recent one, breaking it down into parts of like phases 1 and 2, carousel, stylo, super fast jellyfish, so on and so forth, gets me to where I'm not just thinking of it as like a big mass, but I'm thinking of it as like individual parts. And so if I want to jump around a bit, I can. If I want to break it up to make sure it's not getting confusing, I can. That is, for me, that helps out a lot, because otherwise, yeah, it is impenetrable sometimes to where you're like, I want to talk about Berserk, which is 40 plus volumes and so many episodes. And you just kind of look at the page, you're like, where do I even begin? So my advice would be really just think about the hook of what you want to say. Start off with like a good introduction that introduces like your thesis and your main arguments and kind of teases towards it. And then break up what your individual arguments or sections that you want to explore, and then fill those out as you go through to make it a little bit easier on yourself. And then just do a conclusion that wraps up everything you want to talk about. Before I get back to ranking the Kingdom Hearts games, we have another super chat from Furhog. Thank you so much. Have you ever watched a Gundam show? The new one is about an autistic girl accidentally getting engaged to the richest girl at a mecha high school. Is that really the plot of it? People tell me to watch the most recent Gundam, and I haven't. I don't know if my friend Luca is in the chat, but he's always yelling at me to watch Gundam. I haven't watched any Gundam. And that's something where I know there's those recap movies of the original series. I think they're still on Netflix. I'll probably watch them at some point, or unless y'all want me to jump to the new ones, or I don't know. I know I'll probably love it when I sit down and watch it. I just for some reason haven't watched it yet. If I ever do make an Evangelion video, I'll have to make sure I watch Gundam beforehand so I don't embarrass myself, because every time I talk about Evangelion online, it's very scary, because I feel like I'm going to be approached by a Ron Swanson, I know more than you sort of thing. So yeah, I really want to watch Gundam. I did have a Gundam toy as a kid, um, and that was really cool. I won it by playing the silent game at my community theater production of The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, because I was good and I was quiet backstage during showtime and tech rehearsal. Therefore, I won a random toy that the stage manager got from Albertsons, and it just so happened to be a Battle Damaged Gundam toy. So I'm, I guess what you say, a Gundam expert. I'm just very silent about it. But yeah, I'll check that out because everyone's told me that the new one's really good. So I'm inclined to I'm inclined to believe them. I'm really slow at watching anime, unless it's uh, um, I don't know. I watched Chainsaw Man as it was going, and I really liked that. But I also read Chainsaw Man as I was going. But also, I'm really behind on reading Chainsaw Man. I'm just bad at doing things. I'm sorry. Speaking of doing things, ranking the Kingdom Hearts games. So I said that Chain of Memories would be number 3. Afterwards would be Kingdom Hearts 1. I mean, it's Kingdom Hearts 1. Great game. It's aged a little bit in its level design, but it's still really good. It's probably the most that the Kingdom Hearts series has ever actually been Disney meets Final Fantasy, because it basically stops being that as soon as Chain of Memories starts. But yeah, Kingdom Hearts 1's really good. And then after it would be Dream Drop Days. Dream Drop Distance. Dream Drop Distance. Got them confused for a second. Dream Drop Distance. That one's flawed. I don't think any Kingdom Hearts game is bad except Recoded. The spoilers for what's going to be at the bottom of this list. But Dream Drop Distance, I think for me, it definitely feels like it's one of those where they knew that it was going to be the last game before 3, so they just stuck every single gimmick in there of, the Dream Eaters, the flow motion, the flick rush, the drop meter thingamabobber thingy. All of this shit that they do, and it's still fun, and especially if you play the PS4 release, it plays really well, but it just feels a bit flat. The story gets weirdly convoluted, and I've made my peace with the story. It's been 10 years, so I'm fine with how fucking batshit it gets, whatever. But wow, the story of Dream Drop gets so fucking batshit, to the point of comedy. I love the Fantasia level a lot in that game, but I think it's the only level that and Traverse Town's good, but also it's just Traverse Town. But yeah, otherwise Days is, it's fine. And then not Days, Dream Drop. I keep doing this. Days would be next, and Days isn't really fair because, I watched the cutscene movie for Days before I played the game, because I didn't have a copy of it on DS, and I think the cutscene movie they include in the HD remix for Days is really boring. I love the story of it, but it's not something when I could not in good faith recommend someone watch all 2 hours of that cutscene movie. And I haven't actually finished playing the game itself yet. I do have a copy now on DS. I got that back in 2014 or so. It just really hurts to play. The DS Kingdom Hearts games kind of really hurt to play. They're very slow. The controls just feel really stiff for me. And so I'm not going to say I emulated Days, but let's say, hypothetically speaking, I had a version of 358 over 2 days on my computer, and I would like to troubleshoot it so that it runs a bit better and a bit faster, and I could use an actual analog stick. But I like the structure of the game itself. I like giving the more kind of examination to the organization. I like the day by day sort of thing. There's a lot of stuff I like in it. I like Xion, gender queen, gender who... Xion's just so gender. And but I need to actually play the game properly. So I almost don't even want to include that on this list because I have nothing against it. I just don't really enjoy the cutscene movie, and I don't enjoy playing it on actual hardware, and so I want to emulate it so it plays a bit better. We got some super chats, so I'm gonna go and read those. So we got one from Sasha, about to head to bed, so I can't stick around for the stream, but want to say congrats on 100K. Love your content. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words. I don't know if you're still around or if you head to bed or not, but sleep well. I hope you have great dreams and a great morning. I rest is good, from what I've heard. And we have another one from Cooper Bullens. Thank you so much. Hi, Emily. Hope you're doing well. As a comics fan, how do you feel about legacy characters and their successors, i.e. John Kent Superman, X-23, Laura Wolverine, etc.? P.S. Cassandra Cain video when? I'll answer the PS first. I would love to do a Batgirl video. It's something that's in my head of like doing a thing of like a history of all the Batgirls and how this is like a property that DC keeps screwing over. The unfortunate reality of that is that it means reading through every single Batgirl thing, which I don't mind doing. It just takes a long time. It just takes a long time, but I would love to. As for how I feel about legacy characters, I love legacy characters, in theory. Obviously, I don't have the most exposure to every single legacy character out there. Like, I've never actually read any comics with Laura Wolverine. Is that her actual last name? In it, you know, I've seen Logan. I obviously know who she is. I don't read X-Men comics, so I don't have any like personal opinion on it. But I love John Kent Superman. I loved Superman Son of Kal-El. I think I liked it more than most people. And I thought it was really good. I think legacy characters are really interesting. I think superheroes should have legacies. I think that it's interesting when characters get to pass on. You know, one of my favorite cartoons is Batman Beyond, and a big reason for that is that I like that dynamic of what happens when Bruce can't be Batman anymore, and when he has to give it up to Terry McGinnis. And I think that that's really fascinating. I think legacy characters open a lot of possibilities for how to explore things. I mean, obviously, I love Cassandra Cain. I have a full Cassandra Cain collection back there. And she's a legacy character, you know, and part of that, what makes her so interesting is that she's taking up the mantle from Barbara, who can't take it anymore. I think legacy characters are good. I think they get too much of a bad rap. Obviously, they can be written really badly. Obviously, that they can be very obvious, like, and not even obvious in a bad way, but like, when you see something like Marvel introducing a lot of legacy characters at a time, it's very clear that a reason why they're doing that right now is so that they can have characters take up that mantle for like a Young Avengers type thing in the movies, right? So when Iron Man wants to retire, when Black Widow wants to retire, so on and so forth. And I don't think that's a bad idea. It's just also like very clear that that's what they're doing. I don't really read Marvel comics because I don't really find Marvel comics that fun. Oh, we got a super chat, but we also have a comment from Sarah Z. Sorry, I know I said I'd do super chat first, but this one seems pretty important. Hey, Lady Emily, big fan over here, long time watcher, first time commenter. Do you have any funny stories that have arisen from ordering pissy shitties at a cinema? One time my bucket broke mid-film. Oh, I hate when the bucket breaks. So yeah, no, pissy shitties, from me ordering it, I mean, that one's... I mean, you have the usual thing, right, to where they give you, like, kind of more paper bag sort of thing if you get, like, a smaller size. And, like, that's when it starts leaking through. But that's kind of obvious. That's why you have to get, like, your little napkin stuff positioned. And I remember being on a date with someone who had never gotten a pissy shitty before. They didn't know that. Soiled their pants. You know, it's fine. When the pissy fluid leaks through, like, that's gonna happen. They were pretty embarrassed, but, you know, it's what you do. As for me personally, I remember, I think like the weirdest one is I had gotten my pissy shitty set up. So I got my popcorn. I got it in a proper bucket. Something is falling down back there. And I went to go get a soda. I got my usual, I got a Sprite. And I went all the way to my seat before I realized that the Sprite was flat. And it was just basically flat. Like, I basically just wet myself. I didn't wet... Okay, hold on. Let me change that phrasing. I didn't, I just wet my popcorn. Like, it was just soggy popcorn. I didn't have any of the soda. I didn't have any of the carbonation that, like, brings out the pop and, you know, the popcorn. Um, and, like, the whole thing, it was just kind of bad. And then, like, I had to ask for new ones, and they were like, why do you need new ones? And I was like, because my popcorn's wet. And they were like, well, the popcorn's supposed to be wet. You put the soda on it, right? And I was like, yeah, but it's not soda. It's like flat. And I was like, this was like 2021, I think. So it was like when they were still kind of on the fence about doing like refills and stuff because of like COVID's things. Um, but they were able to actually get me new popcorn, and so then I was like, okay, well, I'll try lemon Powerade, and that tasted better, except like it got a little bit of like the peach flavoring in it, which like a peach lemon pissy shitty isn't the worst thing in the world, but it was like a kind of a surprise flavor. um yeah, that was my story. uh I'm gonna answer some other super chats that I missed. Currents, thank you for the super chat. Would you ever want to meet Tommy Wiseau in person? Maybe, I guess. I don't know. He sounds really weird. I think I have it in grabbing distance. I do have it in grabbing distance. The posters fell down. I'm not fixing them. So one year for Christmas, my dad got me a bunch of movies from the 2000s that he knew I would really like. So he got me No Country for Old Men, Synecdoche, New York, which are two great movies. And then he also got me a Blu-ray copy of Birdemic, Shock and Terror, as well as a Blu-ray copy of The Room. And I don't know if you can tell this, but the Room that I have here is actually autographed by Tommy. And he put the date on there and everything. I hope it doesn't smudge off because he didn't put it on the paper, he put it on the plastic of the case. And then it came with a t-shirt which got stained over the years because it was just a pure white t-shirt. And in the thing, when my dad ordered it, he could ask her to get it autographed, right? So Tommy autographed the front, and my dad put in the thing like, hey, this is a Christmas gift for my daughter. So I know that it says my name on the order, but put her name on the thing. And what did he do? He sent a card that has an advertisement for his underwear on one side and a headshot signed to my dad on the other. To my dad's name, Love is Blind, love, Tommy Wiseau, December 7th, 2015. So that's very funny to me, quite frankly. And the thing that's even better is that since I got this, I came out as trans, obviously, and I changed my name. So, this is actually, Tommy's mistake has made this still funny to me. Because I can still look at this. So, thank you for the accidental trans allyism, Tommy Wiseau. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I would want to meet him at, like, I don't know, a convention or something, but I wouldn't want to spend time with him based on what I've read in The Disaster Artist. Plain Jane with the super chat, thank you. How's it feel to be the first and fastest essayist? Ugh. Hi, DC Comics Circle Jerk. I'm still lurking the subreddit. I hope you don't mind that I don't comment, I just save memes about Paul, and then leave. I am the first and fastest video essayist. Though. Fuck Barry Allen. Okay, so I think I finished the Kingdom Hearts question. Oh, I didn't say that Recoded was bad. Recoded was bad, least good Kingdom Hearts game. Basically worthless. You don't just watch the post-credit. You don't even need to do that because it's all recapped in Dream Drop anyway. Melody of Memory, the rhythm game. It's a rhythm game. It's really good. Pardon me, I have to drink from my Nalgene water bottle. Let's move on to the next Patreon question. Why don't we also film Brain? I saw you in the chat. Thanks for being here. How is Miracle Valley? The I didn't know Greg Sestero was directing, but that's cool. Uh, Next comment on Patreon is from Sean, who says, "Congrats on the 100K. Another Q&A sounds like it'll be fun. Are there any old obscure pieces of media where you feel like you're the only person that remembers it?" I mean, probably not, but maybe there is. I don't know. Here's the thing. Oh, it's not the Sean. I just didn't read the last name. It's not Sean Skull. um, like when I think about things that only I know about that no one else does, it's a lot of like old internet stuff, or sometimes even like old anime and manga stuff. Because I used to do that thing where I would go to my what's it called? Patreon, not Patreon, library. Those are two separate things. I would go to my library and I just check out books and stuff like that. So I actually read Parasite before it became like big. You know, the one where his hand gets possessed by the parasite. Alive with the Final Evolution is something I know a lot about that people don't. Oh, Lena, hi. Um, a lot of stuff like that I feel like just kind of got forgotten. Love Hina, I know a lot about. I don't remember a lot of it. I just remember reading all of it. I don't think it holds up, probably. Some of the other things that I feel like I would know about that other people don't with like obscure media would be like a lot of like old fics or fan things and stuff like that. I don't know how many people know about alternate reality Dragon Ball Z, but that was a thing I was really into for a while, and that kind of fell off really, really hard. What else was some of the other stuff? There's things I'd love to do that I think that I always balance with like if it's too obscure or whatnot. And some of it I don't even know if it's still around. Where it's like I was actually talking to Red Bard about this the other day of like Ranma fanfiction and how there used to be this whole thing behind like Sailor Moon and Ranma crossover. Like those two fandoms were so intertwined. And I don't know how many people remember that. I don't know how there was this whole thing of Ranma-chan, Ranko, which were the names for the girl form of Ranma. I don't know how many people still remember those. Yeah, the stuff like that. It's always one of those things to where it's like I don't know, and sometimes it's like I don't know what's my experience and what's other people's experience. But yeah, that's kind of, I guess, I hope that's an answer to the question. Because that's the sort of stuff I think about when it's like, what's something obscure that I know that not a lot of other people know? Also deers, but that's deers. Next Patreon question is from Ryan. First of all, I just want to say I'm a fan of your work. My favorite is your Spider-Man musical review and your recent Doug Walker video. It's an example of how I don't watch Doug Walker like I used to. I also thought your video on James Rolfe was neat and how it showed James as a great guy, but still very human. Anyway, I have two questions. One, do you think it's okay to like someone's work but not the person themselves? And two, what's your favorite video you've done for your channel? I'll answer number two first because it's the easier one to answer. My favorite video I've done is the Berserk video. There's things about that I wish I had done better. I wish some of the editing was a bit snappier. I wish the voiceover was a bit better. I wish I added drop shadows to it. But that video ended up meaning so much to a lot of people. And not just in the sense that I got people into Berserk, but the nice comments I've got from people who were emotionally touched by it, who resonated with it, who, people who were survivors, who saw themselves in it. For me, it's something that's going to be hard to top for a while because it brought so much joy to so many people. And when you set out to do a video, you hope for a specific goal or a specific response, even if you don't really think it'll be seen. And so seeing that it did what I wanted it to do, which was, touch people and get people interested in this thing that I love, I can't help but have it be my favorite. I think it's my favorite. Also, yeah, you can watch the Berserk video without having read the manga yet. There's like light spoilers, but I always say that there's light spoilers and the rest is like just minor plot description. So as for the first part of that question, which was, do you think it's okay to like someone's work but not the person themselves? I think it depends, obviously, because it depends on who the person is, what the work is, what the financial situation of the work is, what the authorial situation of the work is, and the current sort of thing. You know, it's something I think about a lot, especially like musicians and things like that, because there's such a separation between music and artist and creator, even if we think that there isn't because of like modern day TikTok, Instagram, Twitter culture. But there is a world of difference. You can listen to someone's songs and know nothing about them as a person. Luca. What if they make Graduation? It's no excuse because Graduation isn't even Kanye's best album. It's one of his lower ones before he like started being bad. It's like the least good of his good albums. That's my hot take. But yeah, like it's when I think of like musicians and stuff like that, obviously like there are times too where musicians get into these little scandals or things like that, right? Just off the top of my head, I did a video on Gorillaz. Damon Albarn is a person non grata amongst Taylor Swift fans. I hope I used that phrase correctly. Because of his comments that he said in an article saying that she doesn't write her own songs. And then, obviously she, fired back at him, and then, he responded and apologized and things like that. And maybe wrote about it on the newest album, who knows. That's one of those things to where I look at a comment like that and I go, yeah, that's a wrong comment, like factually wrong. Taylor Swift does write her own music, whether you like it or hate it, she does write her own music. But, like, it's fine, like, whatever. Like, or same with, like, I love St. Vincent. Annie Clark is a Dallas local. She's amazing. I saw her live. And, like, she's great. She had that controversy where she tried to get that interview to not be published. She walked out of the interview with this one journalist who was asking about her newest album, and she walked out of the interview and then tried not to get it published. That was a real dick move. Like, it just looked really bad. Stuff like that, though, is like, whatever. I don't know these people in real life, so maybe this is just how they are. Maybe they like, when it's something like that where I'm like, that was just kind of a rude moment, that's fine. Kanye, I think, is a good example. I haven't listened to Kanye music ever since 2018, quite frankly, because the Trump stuff was really off-putting, and also Ye was not a good album. And, like, even now, I still really can't listen to it just because there's not that separation of it. Also, hi, Lola Sebastian. Who are you calling a nerd? Dork. And I think obviously there's that difference in that Kanye is actively supporting bigotry, anti-Semitism, things like that, and it's so much a part of his brand and his presentation and his art, because that stuff bleeds into the things that he's saying. I didn't listen to Donda because of the Marilyn Manson thing, even though I've heard it's one of his better new albums, because it's just like I cannot separate that thing in my head. And, when it comes to whether or not you want to support a certain creator, individual, person, it really just depends. Obviously, like, supporting J.K. Rowling is going to be very different than supporting, like, I don't know, H.P. Lovecraft, because H.P. Lovecraft's politics are still in his work, but also that man is as dead as a doornail, and you can read all of his books online for free compared to like J.K. Rowling, who is, you know, still keeping on. So I guess it's a personal thing and a moral thing of where do you draw the line, what makes you uncomfortable, and how much that person's things of what you don't like about them bleed into the work itself. Sometimes there's just people are just jerks, but they make good things. And sometimes they're monsters, and they make good things, and you have to figure out what to do with that. I hope that's a good enough answer. Willmeister, thank you for the super chat. Congrats on 100,000 subscribers. Your videos tend to pop up sporadically, but I love them. Especially the Dog Walker, James Rolfe, and Harley Ivy videos. You're a gamer, question mark? Do you have a gaming channel? I don't have a gaming channel, no. I mean, I have a Twitch, but I haven't streamed on it in a while, and I'm trying to figure out if I want to start streaming on Twitch instead of streaming on YouTube. I would always stream that's on YouTube just because it's a YouTube-related thing, but I don't really have a gaming channel just because I don't really record a lot of like gaming stuff like that would have a gaming channel. I do have a lot of unlisted videos on this channel that is my like gameplay footage, but it's mainly like when I want to post something to like Twitter or send it to friends and whatnot. I'm like, hey, look at this Elden Ring boss fight I did really well in, and then I'll like save the video. And so they're all unlisted. They're technically Lady Emily videos. Y'all just can't get to them. But no, I might do some video game videos on here. I mean, obviously I'll do a Kingdom Hearts video. But there's other stuff that I've thought of in terms of like, why am I blanking now? I'd love to do a Last Guardian video. I'd love to do a Nier video, but like obviously it's just trying to figure out exactly how that works. I should stream playing Resident Evil 4 as a treat. God. I don't have the PC version of Resident Evil 4 Remake, but it's been so fucking tempting to buy it just to stream it. Even if it's just streaming it to my friends. Because I love that game. I adore that game so much. Nolan, thank you for the super chat. What's your opinion on fan speculations for upcoming installments of a franchise? A particular fandom I'm in has been over-speculating a lot, and I feel like it's going to hurt the fandom in the long run. I think speculation is interesting, but I think it's also very flawed. I feel like in a lot of sense it's boring. Like, I don't know. I've had friends that were very much in that thing of like, I'm gonna do a Marvel, the speculation thing of going through all the Marvel things and trying to figure out exactly what the plot line for 5 phases 5, 6, 7, 8 are gonna be. And I feel like that's always either a thing because you're either gonna be right and you're gonna be bored, or you're gonna be wrong and you're gonna be mad. And I think that is like a thing that I'm really worried about. I'm really worried about it, and I know this is good, like a problem for like every single fandom, but I especially notice it in like Marvel and like movie stuff right now. Where it happened with Doctor Strange and Multiverse of Madness last year, where fandom speculation got really out of hand of people being like, they're gonna have Tom Cruise Iron Man. Chris Evans is going to show up as the Human Torch, and Michael B. Jordan is going to show up as the Human Torch, and Michael B. Jordan is going to show up as Killmonger, and they're going to bring in the Toby again, and it's just the sort of thing of like obvious stuff that's not going to happen, and it's happening right now with Secret Wars too. And this stuff, when it doesn't happen, is going to be very disappointing. People get really mad, and that whole speculation thing continues. I think speculation, like, it's good and it's fine. It can be really fun, but it also kills things if it doesn't live up to that sort of speculation, that expectation. I think that was a big issue with the Star Wars sequels, both with the fans and with the creators, to where they put so much into this effort of fan speculation of, like, who is Rey's parents? What are the Knights of Ren? Is Obi-Wan still alive? Is Obi-Wan Rey's parents? Did Obi-Wan fuck? To where, like, when the movies didn't address that or went their own way or tried to do whatever, it's so nothing. Like, it people get mad and people get furious, and then they have to course correct, and it becomes this whole thing. I think speculation can be fun. I think it's cool, but I think you have to measure it and keep it in check. So yeah, I think I hope that answers it. Another super chat, this time from the Willmeister. So you're a Dragon Ball fan? I always like asking this question to fellow fans. Which was the worst and which was the least worst? Buu Saga, Dragon Ball Evolution, or Dragon Ball GT? This is a tough one. Well, okay, easy. Buu Saga, least worst. I don't hate the Buu Saga. People hate the Buu Saga. I think it's fine. I think it's good. It's definitely a little bit clunky, but it's clunky in a way that, like, I think all of Dragon Ball is kind of clunky, to be honest. And at this point, it's kind of charming in how clunky it is, because it's just kind of iconic. Yeah, I think Buu Saga is the least bad. I would say Buu Saga is probably good. Let me take a drink of water while I try to figure out if Dragon Ball Evolution or GT is worse. My answer may shock you. Dragon Ball GT is worse than Dragon Ball Evolution. At least in terms of the impact that it had. Evolution is probably bad as like a standalone thing, because that movie's not good like at all. But the thing is, like, a live-action Dragon Ball movie made in 2009 was always going to be bad. They gave it no money. They gave it, like, this cast of talented people that were just all incredibly miscast, except for James Marsters. You're fantastic. It was never going to be good. It came out, made no money, and just kind of actually, in a way, helped the franchise, because then it angered Toriyama enough to be personally involved in Battle of Gods, which was always going to be made, but it made him personally involved in it. And so, movie was forgotten, and then we got good Dragon Ball stuff out of it. GT actually left a more of a mark on the fandom, on the franchise as a whole. I can watch Evolution for fun. GT is draining. And I say this as GT was my introduction to Dragon Ball. GT was the first Dragon Ball thing I ever watched. I watched Broly's Second Coming, and then GT was on TV, so I watched GT. I just like the ending of GT a lot, and I think that the impact that it had in terms of Super Saiyan 4, in terms of Gogeta, in terms of like all the stuff that it did, made the fandom really obnoxious for a while. So Evolution is worse in like a concentrated format, and like if I just look at the work itself, GT and its like implications on the rest of the series, not good. Not good. Although I do like GT characters and Dragon Ball fighters, and I think that they should bring some more over, even though it's really weird. It's like if you see your high school friends hanging out with your college friends, and you're like, you two should not be interacting. This is two different worlds. Azura's the Tech Wizard, thank you for the super chat. Congrats on 100k. You're an inspiration to me trying to figure out who I am. I apologize if you already got to this. I'm about an hour late to the stream, but what is your favorite D&D class and why? I didn't get to that. But that's a great question. Favorite D&D class? Probably Wizard. I play as a wizard character. I played as a wizard character for 2 years, and we just revived her for a sequel campaign called Whitney Tremors, who is this tiefling. She's the tiefling doll that's in my banner image, if y'all have ever asked about that. And I actually have an actual stuffed doll of her that's in my bedroom that I could go get, but I'd have to leave. I think wizards are just fun. I'm a bookworm at heart. I love going through instructions and reading up on things and getting all this info. And there's something very fun about wizards, and I love that they're not physical powerhouses until they are. I think that there's a lot of room for creativity there. I think there's a lot of room for storytelling there. It's this sort of thing of like, this is, I don't know, it's just cool. I love the characters that just have this magical knowledge. Should I go get the Whitney plush? Because it was a gift from Sarah. It was a Christmas gift from Sarah. But yeah, I think wizards are just really cool. Bards I think are also great because I just really like a lot of their utility. Paladins are fun, but you have to kind of examine it. you kind of have to force yourself to not be repetitive with paladins because it's very easy. I played a Hexblade Warlock for a while and I really loved that, but I didn't get to play a Hexblade Warlock for really long because stuff happened. um, but that was really cool. Um, yeah, while I'm bringing up the D&D movie in chat, I really want to see it. I want to see it in Dolby before it goes out of theaters. So I might either have to try to squeeze that in today or Monday or Tuesday. I've heard great things about it. I'm inclined to believe them. It's from that team who did Game Night, and Game Night was really good. Game Night was so much fun. I rewatched Game Night a few weeks ago, the day that I uploaded the Gorillas vid, because I was like, whenever I upload a video, I'm dead for the rest of the day. I'm like, I'm laying on my couch, don't talk to me. And so I rewatched Game Night, and the movie's really good. And so if they can capture that energy into an actual D&D movie, I would be so happy. Da, 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 da. Where was I? I'm going through Patreon stuff. Hey Emily, congrats on 100k, well deserved. I've always been curious about your thought process linking Hideaki Anno's personal journey making Neon Genesis Evangelion with Doug Walker's demo reel. I mean, I get the comparative personal strife, but when did that connection click with you? It's honestly my favorite intro to a video essay, and I'm just curious how you thought of that comparison. Okay. This is ancient lore, actually. So around I got a watch thing, my move goal. I doubled my daily move goal 200% because I wave my arms around. So back in late 2019, I used to do a lot of streaming on this Discord server that I mod. And it wasn't like streaming games, but it was just like streaming YouTube videos or streaming just kind of goofing off and whatever. I would just join voice chat and goof off. And we got into a really bad habit of writing things on stream, and we'd also watch Doug Walker things on stream. We watched The Wall on stream, and then we watched all of To Boldly Flee on stream like immediately afterwards, which that was a thing to where I just started streaming it and trapped everyone involved into it, and that was a good 4 hours. And so then as a joke, I used to also write things on stream, and I would just like goof off and write joke fakey scripts and just kind of go through it. I think I wrote one about a rom-com of two people who met on Omegle, and that was fun. So I used to just have Google Docs up, and so I used to write things just to see if people would notice like what I'm streaming on screen and call me out on it. And these aren't like VOD streams. This was just me like in a voice chat on Discord. So there's no recorded of this. I started writing this paragraph about Neon Genesis Evangelion that, you know, ended up being the intro to the vid of just going through, you know, the thing of like Neon Genesis Evangelion is a blah, 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 going through doing this kind of analysis and then transitioning into demo reel as a joke. Is like because that was my thing, is like doing a surprise Doug Walker thing, which I would never put on anyone nowadays. And when it came time for me to actually write the demo reel script, I just kept it in and I didn't change it. And I went back and forth on if I would take it out or not, because I thought people would get mad at me for making that comparison or think it was fucking stupid. But then we made the thumbnail of Doug Walker's head on the Ava Unit 1's body. And like at that point I was like, well, fuck. I can't take it out now. I was like, I just have to hope that this lands for people and that I can make this through line connection work. And I guess it worked. So that's how that came about. It was literally me just trying to fuck with people, and then I kept it in. Next one. This one's from Alive or Trees. Hi Emily, love the Gorillas vid so much I signed up. Question. What is a mainstream culture thing that you learned about strictly to have something to talk about? Something you never wanted to learn about but became pretty familiar with just to get through a convo? That's a great question. And I read this earlier this week when the question first came in, and I've been trying to think about it in my head. Because I think the thing is that I went to film school, so a lot of my life was pretending to know things that I didn't know, because I've hung out with film school students, and I know that they get mad at you if you say that you haven't seen something, or this is the thing. I don't know if my dad's watching. He might be watching Game of Thrones still, but that thing of like, hey, this is a good movie. Have you seen Reservoir Dogs? And I'd say, oh yeah, but I saw it a while ago. I don't really remember it that well. And then you move on, and I've never seen Reservoir Dogs. I have a copy, but I've never seen it. And then so you kind of go through that. And so there's a lot of classic of canon that I did lie about or like briefly research just so I could like make my way through a conversation. If I had to like pick a specific one though, I have actually only seen one James Bond movie, and that was Dr. No, the first one. And that's solely because I realized I hadn't seen any of them, and I bought my dad the complete box set. I watched clips of Die Another Day when it was on the background of TV when I was a kid, but that's also Die Another Day, and that's also, it's Die Another Day. And so I want to see more James Bond, but I feel like it's something I've read a lot about James Bond, of just like going through like web pages and stuff about like the production of the movies, all the various different generations, regenerations of Bonds, because obviously you have like, first Bond, second Bond, third Bond, fourth Bond. I heard fourth Bond was the most popular one. It's a shame they couldn't film the sixth Bond's regeneration scene. They had to put him on like the wig. But kind of just having a base knowledge of it, because it is such an important part of like cinema and pop culture that that I felt like if I didn't know anything about it whatsoever, I'd feel like if I was lost. There's also another thing where I can just grab this right now. I used to not know anything about Friday the 13th because I didn't watch any slashers. And then I remember reading the like summaries on all of them just so I could understand. It's like, oh yeah, Jason's not the bad guy in Friday 1 or Friday 5. But now I have this like sweet Shout Factory box set that's completely scratched up on the bottom. And I haven't watched all of these yet. I stopped at New Blood, I think. That's the one where he fights Carrie. I'm pretty sure. The psychic girl. I need to rewatch it again. I was watching the movies with the partner, and then that partner and I broke up. And so then I didn't watch it after a while. But I've heard Jason Takes Manhattan is a classic. I've heard Jason X has a very essential sex scene. I should probably watch the Nightmare on Elm Street films before I watch Freddy vs. Jason. That's another series I haven't seen any movies of, is Nightmare on Elm Street. I literally have the box set for Nightmare on Elm Street right here. And I haven't watched any of them yet because I'm a little scared baby bitch. So I should probably watch those before I watch Freddy vs. Jason. But I do know theoretically a lot about them. That crossover is so bad that you actually shouldn't watch Nightmare on Elm Street yet. Lousy Leprechaun, thank you for the super chat. I was curious if you've been reading the current Ivy comics and what you think of it. I love your videos. Congratulations on 100,000 subscribers. Slay. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I have really enjoyed the Ivy comics. I'm a few issues behind. I have them, I just haven't read them yet. I really liked the first 7 or 8, though, that I read. I don't remember exactly which they're on. I just know I haven't read the last few months because I've just been really behind. But I really like it. I think the artwork's really gorgeous. I think, like, if you're going to do this thing of... I Ivy and Harley being broken up, and I know Harley shows up in the Ivy run. But this is the way to do it, to do this kind of introspection thing of Ivy kind of examining her view of humanity. I think it's a really fascinating thing. I'm curious how it's going to go now, because I know it was going to be a limited series, and now it just seems like it's a continuing series. It's the only continuing series I'm interested in right now, quite frankly, besides Batman, because they canceled Batgirls. And I guess the Nightwing's good, too. I like Nightwing, but Nightwing's always going to be there. I'm really excited for Tom Taylor's Titans, because I like Tom Taylor. But yeah, the current Poison Ivy run's really good. Love the art. Love the writing. I don't remember the team, but... yeah, sorry, I had to chug some water there. Sorry, I'm responding to some, stuff. Next one. Oh, before I do that, I have a super chat from JTSG. Congrats on the 100K. I've enjoyed the vids, especially on things I normally would not have interest in. Keep up the great work, Emily. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. So, next Patreon questions from Terenda. I hope I pronounced that right. You have told us that you often go back to media that had an impact on you, but which piece of media had the greatest ratio of impact on you divided by number of times consumed? So I'm really bad at math. So if it's the piece of media greatest ratio of impact divided by number of times consumed, so would that mean the ratio, like, would that be I'm trying to name the one that has the greatest impact on me relative to the amount that I have consumed it? So would it be if I've consumed it less, then that's what we're talking about, but it had a big impact? Okay. If that's the case, probably Dragon Ball Z, quite frankly, because I don't know if I've ever actually watched the entirety of the original Dragon Ball Z all the way through. I have the complete series on DVD and Blu-ray. But I mean, it's 291 episodes, and a lot of that is filler. Obviously, I know the entirety of the main plot. I've read the manga. Yeah, you know, I've played every single video game. I don't know if I've ever actually finished a complete episode 1 to episode 291 the watch through of it, but that series has a huge impact on me. I think that show's fantastic. I have a lot of nostalgia for it. And it was my first fandom, so it was the thing that got me into the internet, and I probably would not be here if I didn't have Dragon Ball. I think it sounds very depressing. I mean, I wouldn't be here doing a live stream because I wouldn't know what the internet is. So probably Dragon Ball. If we're going for things I've consumed the most, probably either Gorillas or Berserk, because I read through and watch through Berserk like once per year, every year. And like Gorillas, like music is almost unfair because you listen to music and it's so easy and you don't even think about like, I'm listening to Demon Days again this year. You're just like, oh, I'm going to listen to Demon Days. Yeah. So if we're going by that ratio, it would probably be, or maybe Ranma. Because I don't go back to Ranma often. I haven't watched all of Ranma. I did read all of Ranma. But Ranma changed my gender. So, you know, Ranma affected me in that way. Akon Gaming, thank you for the super chat. Hello, who are your 5 favorite villains in media? That's a good question. Cell, Perfect Cell, Griffith. This is hard. Cell, Griffith. Joker, sadly. Why am I blanking right now? Why, theoretically, Theoretically, they're characters I like in the world. Uh, I'm trying to think of a video game example. Favorite villain is Marvel editorial. Nonsense. They gave us Paul, and I love Paul. I'm just gonna have to look at my shelf to see. Dahlia Hawthorne from Ace Attorney. Dahlia Hawthorne, best fucking character. She is so good. It's Dahlia Hawthorne for Ace Attorney. Play Ace Attorney Trilogy. It's $14 on the eShop at all moments in time. And it's $14 anywhere things are sold. Bob from Twin Peaks, I think, is a really good one. I really like Bob. And by extension, Mr. C from Twin Peaks also. And then... Who else? Oh, Michael Myers, if he counts. I think Michael Myers is my little baby boy. I think he's great. I love Michael. Every time I see Michael Myers, I'm like, wow, there's Michael Myers. That's the guy. Next Patreon question is from the Wastewater Operator. Great name. Your thoughts on Final Fantasy XIV? You mean that, like, critically acclaimed MMO with a free trial up to level 60, including the critically acclaimed expansion Heavensward, and probably soon to be Stormblood as well? Yeah, I like Final Fantasy XIV. It's something I need to get back to and devote more time to. It can be very overwhelming. It's very long. I've put a lot of time into it. And the one big problem is, having put so much time into it, is that I know how much time it takes, and it can be very overwhelming. I'm playing as a paladin right now, I believe. A paladin. I can't remember if it's gladiator that turns into paladin or a paladin that turns into gladiator. Y'all know what I mean. I'm playing a tank, and I don't know if, now that we're getting to... Because I finished the expansion, I finished Heavensward and the post-Heavensward patches. And so I left off literally right at the start of Stormblood, and I hear this is where the game gets harder. I kind of want to switch to, like, a DPS class, like, Dark Knight, maybe. But I don't know exactly when I'll get around to that, because it can get really overwhelming. I'm very bad at learning mechanics and things like that. I don't quite know what I'm doing when I play the game, but I love the story a lot. I love the world. Dark Knight's another tank. Well, fuck me. I don't know what I'm doing. Someone should make a Michael Myers themed Crisette and call it the Shapewear. I would buy it. I don't have any Crisettes, but I would buy that one. So yeah, I like FF14. I like it really well. I'm really excited to get Shadowbringers. But I also know how long it takes to get to Shadowbringers. So I just need to actually buckle down and get through it. I've just been busy. But I really like it. I really want to do the Shadowbringers Nier raids, because I really like Nier. And I want 2B's thigh-high boots, to be honest, for my character. So, yeah. A super chat from Cameron Main. I hope that's how you pronounce your last name. I'm really sorry. I'm so bad with vowels. I've always been bad with, like, vowels and names and pronunciations. Yo, Emily, do you watch Doctor Who? If so, whomst is your favorite Doctor? I'm a professional Capaldi respecter. Yes, I do watch Doctor Who. I used to be a big Doctor Who fan. My previous car, before it was totaled, was called the TARDIS. It had a Doctor Who bumper sticker as well as a Doctor Who license plate cover, and it was a deep blue car. I painted my parking lot space in high school the TARDIS as well. I dressed up as the 11th Doctor for Halloween one year, my senior year of high school, and actually convinced my band director that my friend was also dressed up as Amy Pond, and it was a duo cosplay. In reality, she was just a redhead wearing riding boots. But it worked, and she didn't have to wear her band costume that day when we went to perform for the halftime show. One time, my other friend, who was coincidentally also a redhead, and I did tally marks on our arm throughout the day because it was the day of silence, as noted in the Series 6 premiere. And so we did tally marks on our arm and added to them throughout the day. And every time someone asked us what they were about, we pretended that we didn't know. So, yeah, I like Doctor Who. As for my favorite Doctor, Tennant's the easy choice because he's so great in the role. I haven't watched all of Capaldi's final season yet. That's the last thing I need to do for Capaldi is finish his season. Capaldi is probably my favorite. I think his run's fantastic. We did that video on Kill the Moon, which was a fun one because I got to revisit Capaldi and be like, do I still like Capaldi as much as I used to? The answer is yes. Series 8 has some kind of weak episodes in it, like Kill the Moon. But Capaldi is fantastic, quite frankly. I think he's really good. Best in terms of, like, he has some great stories. Moffat finally got out of his weirdness that he did with Eleven. And I think Capaldi just does such a great job with the role. However, there's still a lot of Doctors I don't have a lot of experience with or that I need to go revisit. I love Nine a lot. I think everyone loves Nine a lot. Nine's the underrated Doctor, and you know that Nine's the underrated Doctor because every time someone asks who's the most underrated Doctor, everyone goes, Ninth Doctor's the underrated Doctor. But Ninth Doctor's really underrated. Christopher Eccleston's a gem. Yeah, I also, having watched more Classic Who stuff now on Pluto TV on the Classic Doctor Who channel, I really like John Pertwee, the third Doctor, a lot. I think I don't know why. Maybe it's just because I've watched the most like full serials from him. I think he's really fun. I love how he's so action movie guy. I like how he is. I don't know. He's just really charming. He's the Doctor. Like I look at him and I go, wow, that's the Doctor. That's him. Eighth Doctor is someone I watched the Doctor Who movie. I don't think the Doctor Who movie is that bad. I want to get into the Eighth Doctor like Big Finish adventures because I know those are supposed to be like really good. But I also just don't know where to start. Hold on, Oh, the Berserk server has a bunch of apps right now. Because I don't even know where these ats are. Whatever. So yeah, I do like Doctor Who. I really want to watch more classic Doctor Who. I just need to figure out how and when. Because I ran out of stuff on Pluto TV to watch. This is from Pieman the Third. Congrats on the well-deserved 100k. As for questions, if Doug Walker reached out to you and said he was reviving Demo Reel in full, loved your videos, and wanted your input on how he could make it better this time, what would you recommend? Well, first of all, if Doug Walker reached out to me, I wouldn't respond. That sounds mean. I just wouldn't. I don't have anything to really say to him. I'm bad at responding in general. I just don't have anything to really say to him. Personally speaking, I keep hitting that with my fucking hand. If as for how I would fix demo reel, I mean, I kind of go over it in the video, but like, I think the way to fix demo reel would be to make it, yeah, exactly. Film brain. It would be extremely unlikely Doug would reach out. Yeah, exactly. Where do y'all get this idea that Doug actually talks to people? But like, as I said in my original demo reel video, I think the way to fix it would be to make the characterization more consistent, make the film recreations be more stylistic suck rather than parody. Have more of an input from actors and other people in terms of showcasing the effects of Hollywood and things that they want to talk about. Create a more consistent through line. Get better at filming. Get better at audio stuff. Get better at white balancing. Maybe cast some really great actors in it, like Jack Black. Mos Def, I think, would be really good in something like this. You could probably get Danny Glover. I think he's probably one that you can always just throw him into a project to be really good. Maybe put like an official limit on there. Like, instead of like they have to recreate the movies, but they can only do this on like VHS tapes, so that they have to do like a lot of in-camera effects rather than just use Doug Walker's like cheap After Effects sort of thing that he uses for all of his projects. And I also wouldn't want Doug to direct it because I don't think Doug's a particularly great director. So I think someone who could really do a good job, like imitating that sort of practical effects style, would be someone like Michel Gondry, you know, who does a lot of these practical effects and camera effects and things like that. I think seeing how he would do his own take on Hollywood, being it's like a Hollywood outsider, would be really interesting. And I would also probably change demo reel. I don't think demo reel is a really great title because it gets lost in the shuffle of things. Demo reel is like an actual official term. It's like, it'd be like if I called like instead of calling it The Office, I call it like resume. So I think I would change the title to something like, well, it was something that's like catchy and gets the vibe going of what this is supposed to be. So maybe like if we already have this tape limit on there, so maybe we call it like, I don't know. So call it like Be Kind Rewind, right? And then get Michel Gondry, get Jack Black, get Mos Def, and have them film on VHS tapes. And I think personally that's how I would fix demo reel. And give it kind of like an emotional heart. Ashok, thank you so much for the super chat. I've been thinking of getting into the mainline Batman comics. I've heard good things about Grant Morrison's run, but do you have any recommendations? Ooh, that is a good question. Mainline Batman comics are a bit weird. Grant Morrison's run's really good, but it also utilizes a lot of things from Silver Age stuff, and it's very weird. But I think it's really good. Also, the omnibuses for it go on sale like really, really cheaply. I have book 2 of the Grant Morrison omnibus, and I got it for like $20 on sale from 80. And the omnibuses are great. You capture a lot of things, and it's going to be the basis for the next Batman. So, it's a good place to start, but it does have a lot of continuity stuff that could be hard to figure out. I think, despite all of the issues with the line itself and where it eventually goes, Scott Snyder's run is a good place to start because you get Court of Owls, you get Death of the Family, which it's not great, but it's good. Zero Year I like, and Zero Year was a big impact on the Batman. There are parts of Scott Snyder's that aren't particularly great, but it is a good run. I'm really enjoying Chip Zdarsky's current run a lot, but also it's one of those to where it is calling back to Grant Morrison, so I don't know how well that would fit. But I would say start with Snyder, read like at least up to Zero Year, then read Grant Morrison's if that interests you, and then read Zdarsky's. Or you could probably just read Zdarsky's. I have not read much of Tom King's run, so I can't give any opinions there. I did not like James Tynion IV's run on the series that much, not nothing against the guy. Like I liked his work in Batman and Robin Eternals. Uh, wait, you cuddled Chip Zdarsky? Holy shit. Um, but James Tynion the Fourth, I liked his run on Batman and Robin Eternals a lot. I thought that was like a great intro to the Bat family for like the new origin of them. And I like DC versus Vampires pretty well. I thought that was like a fun romp. But his Batman run is just full of so many fucking events and just pointless like OCs and just side characters. I can't recommend it. It's not the worst, but it's not great. And Josh Williamson's run that he did afterwards, that little short Batman Inc. thing, it was kind of so nothing to me personally. Nothing against either of those two. I just didn't really care for their stuff. So yeah, Snyder, Morrison, and then Zdarsky, I think, are the big ones to start with if you want to actually get into reading all of that stuff. Next one is from Austin. Austin Smith, who is in the chat right now. Question: who was the most intimidating yet handsome opponent you ever faced in the cutthroat world of high school mock trial? Well, I had this childhood friend named Miles, and we were we were really big friends in elementary school and kindergarten. And me, my friend Larry, we all hung out together, and then one day something happened to Miles' dad, right? And he went away, and I thought nothing of it. I just kind of missed my friend. And then I'm in high school and I'm looking at like the mock trial results for the state, and I see Miles has like won the state championship by himself, but like on the prosecution side, which is like really weird. And I'm like, he looks miserable. He looks awful. So I decided to start entering the world of high school mock trial in order to see if I can eventually meet him, you know? And so I become a defense attorney in high school mock trial. And eventually meet up. And he's like a rival now, and he's so much harsher. But handsome and then he got accused of murder, and he was set up by his high school mock trial teacher. No. So the person who asked this question is my friend Austin, who was actually at our rival school when I was in high school mock trial. Because I did high school mock trial for 2 years. I was on the prosecution. I was the prosecution opening attorney, both years in a row. We hit second in state. We were good. I hated mock trial. I got blackmailed into it. Like, I enjoyed the actual act of it itself, but it was so fucking anxiety-inducing, and I got blackmailed into doing this. And yeah, Austin was an attorney at the school that we would do like mock trials with, where we would go there and like practice duel against them. I don't know if there's a better word for than duel, but like, yeah, we would do duels together, and school's so fucking good at it, like absurdly good. And like, here was us with like, they had like a fucking dedicated classroom. Here was us with our fucking theater stage and just like my baggy ass suit and going mock trials with a double negative. It makes them real trials. Oh shit, I don't remember who won then. How did I get blackmailed into mock trial? The mock trial professor told me that if I didn't join the mock trial team, that none of the others on the team would get to compete in competition, and it would ruin their college acceptance letters, and they wouldn't get accepted to college. So that's how I got blackmailed into doing the mock trial thing. So, yeah, mock trial was a fun world, but not one I'm particularly urging to get back to. Although we did do a mock trial thing in D&D uh, back in December 2021, and that was really fun because it was Sarah and I prepping mock trial things to use in Dungeons and Dragons, and Sarah never did mock trial, but she did do debate. She's a debate student. I don't know if you ever realized that about her. Yeah, it was her finale. It was for the finale campaign. Now that you were a teacher, you would never coach mock trial. Good. Good. No one should ever coach mock trial. Actually, the coach we had for mock trial, like the actual like lawyer we had coaching, was really nice, sweet lady. So, yeah, mock trial. I think I got some other Patreon questions since then, since I opened this, so let me refresh again. Next question is for, I'm the advisor for the LGBTQ club and we don't do trials, we just serve. Okay, but imagine if you put your fucking LGBTQ students on trial. Anyway, next question is from Mana Quinn. Question: do you have the obligatory streamer giant Pokemon plushie? Hold on. I'm trying to see if I can grab it with my feet. The answer is yeah, apparently. This is the biggest Pokemon plush I have. It's a Squirtle, because Squirtle is my favorite Pokemon. I have a giant Chocobo plush in my closet that I put my Capsule Corp hat on. That one, the Chocobo's named Rupert. Obviously, Chocobo's not a Pokemon, but, you know, close enough. This one's named Squirt Squirt, because I always name all my Squirtles Squirt Squirt. And I keep him down here. I want to get a bigger one, but I'm also out of room for plushes, but you can get a sleeping Squirtle pillow from Target for like $20, and it's really tempting. Squirtle's just my favorite, and I hope you don't mind. I hope you didn't mind that I grabbed him with my feet. So. No, I don't use him as a footrest. He was just down on my shelf over here, so I pinched him with my toes. Did y'all ever see those Lucario plushes that are like life-size Lucario plushes, and they just staged all those photos with them, so it's just like roaming around the fucking house doing chores? I love him. Sorry, I'm checking up on Discord stuff. Next question is from LC. Hi Emily, congrats on the milestone. Thank you. My question is, do you have an underrated comfort thing, like show, game, food, etc.? Ooh, what is my comfort thing? What do I do for comfort? I watch ASMR videos, but like that's not underrated, I don't think. What do I do for comfort? This sounds sad the longer it takes me to think of what I do for comfort. Doctor Who is a good comfort show. It's just easy to put on the background. I usually I watch a lot of gaming YouTubers when I need like comfort stuff, or good night, Mannequin. Thank you for the question. So a lot of like Ant Dude, Chugga Conroy, Some Call Me Johnny. Those are videos I watch for comfort, like just whenever I need. Let's Game It Out is another one. what are some comfort games that I have? I like to do a lot of 3D platformers. I think those are really comforting. I usually try to keep some on standby so that whenever I'm going through a hard time, I can just actually go through and play them because I find them pretty mindless. So the Spyro games, Battle for Bikini Bottom, Jak and Daxter. I played through SpongeBob Cosmic Shake. That game was really fun. Those boss trophies can get fucked. Those were the opposite of comfort. But those were really good. I think in general, anything that makes me feel like I'm crossing things off a list can be really productive. Jesse, hi! Banjo-Kazooie, Sonic Adventure 2, and Mario 64 are my go-tos. I have never played Banjo-Kazooie. Despite everything about me makes me think that I would love it. I should probably get that Nintendo subscription and play Banjo-Kazooie. I haven't even played Yooka-Laylee, and I think I have a thing of Yooka-Laylee. I haven't played Banjo-Tooie either. Have I played any Rare games now that I think about it? Hold on. Now I'm like really curious. Because I know Rare is like a darling child, or at least used to be. Have I played any Rare games? List of video games developed by Rare. A lot of Super Nintendo games no one really knows about. For the Game Tech, something. Oh, they made Nightmare on Elm Street for the Nintendo Entertainment System. Didn't play that. Battletoads, didn't play that. I played Donkey Kong Land 2. I played Donkey Kong Land 2 on the Game Boy. Only Donkey Kong game I've played. Have not played GoldenEye. Have not played Killer Instinct. Have not played Donkey Kong 64. Have not played Perfect Dark. Have not played Conker's Bad Fur Day. Have not played Star Fox Adventures. Have not played Donkey Kong Country. Have not played Viva Pinata. Have not played Diddy Kong Racing. Have not played Nuts and Bolts. Have not played Sea of Thieves. And not played Battletoads. So I have played Donkey Kong Land 2. That's the only Rare game I've played. 100% quality rating, though, because Donkey Kong Land 2, fun game. Should I play Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze? I know that that's a Retro Studios game, but everyone says it's like one of the best platformers ever made, and I don't get why, because I look at it and I go, this looks like a 3D platformer. But I'm inclined to believe people when they say it's one of the best platformers ever made. So yeah, I think the lesson here is that if I don't play Banjo-Kazooie, Jesse is gonna come beat me up. God. Yeah, so thank you for the question. I'm going to move on to the next one. This one's from Danny Dan. Hello, Emily. I discovered you through the demo reel video, but your Berserk video was so good that it made me a fan of the manga. I'm glad. Thank you so much. I was wondering about what some of your favorite albums and movies are. Greetings from Mexico. Greetings from Mexico. Yeah, so favorite movies and albums. So my favorite movie is Inside Llewyn Davis. That just was my go-to answer for a while, and then it became my actual answer. I think Inside Llewyn Davis is fantastic. Coen brothers are my favorite directors. I don't talk about them really, but I think every film the Coen brothers made is really good, and they also made Lady Killers and Intolerable Cruelty as well. So Inside Llewyn Davis is my favorite film. I also really love Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me, because of course I do, and The Evangelion, because of course I do. Akira is one of my favorite movies. Back to the Future is one of my favorite. Star Wars. to look at my own shelf to see what movies I like, because I like a lot of movies. Before Sunset is one of my favorites. Little Shop of Horrors and Phantom of the Paradise. I grouped those two movies together. Those are two of my favorites. Blade Runner. The original Blade Runner is one of my favorites. That movie is fantastic. Blade Runner 2049 is good too, but Blade Runner is Blade Runner. I've mainly only seen the Final Cut version. I've watched the others, but I haven't really internalized them. Yeah. Yeah. So, like, movie-wise, that covers a fair bit, I want to say. Oh, Beauty and the Beast. The original, like, 97 Disney version. Actually, I have it right here. It's the a UK Blu-ray my sister got me from back when the film was kind of out of print on Blu-ray here in the States, so it was very expensive. So it's this region-free European release, which means it's in a thick case and has those ugly rating stickers on it. No offense to y'all. It just looks really bad. I've never seen Princess Mononoke either, Austin. I have it. I've owned it for like 6 years, and I've never seen Princess Mononoke. Y'all have permission to kill me for that. I had Kiki's Delivery Service for years too, and I didn't watch that until like 2022. I have Nausicaa, I haven't seen that. My Neighbor Totoro, I haven't seen that. But I own it. I own Belle, like that brand new movie. I haven't seen it. I bought this from Barnes & Noble when I was on a trip to New Orleans last year. Satoshi Kon's Millennium Actress, I haven't seen that yet, but I saw the steelbook and thought I'd get it. I did finally watch Perfect Blue. I have Perfect Blue right here in my little steelbook case. Perfect Blue is really great. Although, it's very funny, when I announced that I was watching Perfect Blue for the first time on Twitter, a lot of the replies were like, be warned, Perfect Blue is a very dark and disturbing movie, and I'm like, I appreciate the warning, everyone was really considerate. But it was also very funny, because it was like, yeah, I know. It's the only thing people talk about. It'd be like, I don't know, if you're like, I'm watching Silence of the Lambs, and you're like, that movie's pretty fucked up, just so you know. Yeah, no, I like a lot of movies. Obviously, Eternal Sunshine's a great one. I feel like I'm allowed to mention this now, because we've been in the pipeline for a while, and it's probably going to get teased. I'm working on a movie podcast with Lola Sebastian and Lily Alexander called Synecdoche. And the first season's all about the films of Charlie Kaufman. And so we'll be going through all of his filmography and stuff like that. So we've done episodes on Being John Malkovich, Human Nature, as well as Adaptation. And Eternal Sunshine's a really great one. I also really like Synecdoche, New York a lot. And then, of course, there's Cats. The most Cats 2019 movie. Oh yeah, albums too. So Demon Days was my favorite album of all time, followed by They Might Be Giants Lincoln, followed by Kendrick Lamar's To Pimp a Butterfly. Then we have Mountain Goat's Sunset Tree, Matthew Sweet's Girlfriend, Blur's Park Life, XTC's Skylarking. What are some other ones? I feel like I know more than this. Albums. Abbey Road, but I mean that's Abbey Road. You know, everyone knows it's the Beatles. Blonde by Frank Ocean would be in my top 10. Mass Seduction by St. Vincent would be in the top 10. I did have My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy in the top 10, but then, you know. So it goes, 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 so it goes. Oh, Transgender Dysphoria Blues by Against Me. It's a very important album to me. Wish You Were Here, Pink Floyd. And honorable mention, Some Nights Fun, which is my guilty pleasure. So yeah, those are. I hope I have good music taste. Everyone used to make fun of my music taste growing up. Um, you know, it's rough out here. It's rough out. It's rough out here. Next question is from Sneaking131. Hi Emily, congrats on the 100K. Thank you. There's a lot of smiley faces after this. Recently, I watched through the entire Dragon Ball series for the first time, so I was curious, what's your favorite Dragon Ball arc, if you have one? Also, Dragon Ball Superhero, I don't know if that's an arrow or a greater than sign. Dragon Ball Superhero greater than Dragon Ball Super Broly. Favorite Dragon Ball arc. I don't know why my mind blanked. It's Cell Saga. The Cell Saga is the best saga in Dragon Ball, in my opinion. I think it's the best showcase of the good aspects of Akira Toriyama's style, and the bad aspects, and why those bad aspects are also good aspects. Because I think the Cell Saga is very clearly made up as it goes along. It has a lot of these editorial issues. It has a lot of back and forth. The characters all grab an idiot ball at one moment in time, and it is fantastic. Love it. I love it. I adore it. I think it's so exciting how the saga just kind of goes on its feet, how it unravels in this, the way of trying to figure out what the story arc's going to be. I like that every single character in that saga, with the exception of Trunks, has a moment where they make, like, a really bad personal mistake. Where, like, something that fucks them up. Whether that's Goku giving a senzu bean, whether that's Goku putting Gohan in the fight, whether that's Gohan not killing Cell when he had the chance, whether that's Vegeta letting Cell fuse, whether that's Krillin not blowing up 18, you know, whether, like, all of these kind of just individual moments that, okay, yeah, Tien gets off pretty fine. Tien doesn't make a mistake. Tien's perfect. And I just think it's really exciting. I think it showcases why this show is so good, and, like, why these characters are so messy but, like, interesting. And for me, like, it's so much fun, and I love Gohan. He shined a lot that arc. Trunks is fantastic. Vegeta is such a messy bitch, and he's perfect. It's just so good. It's the best saga, IMO. It's the one that's the most fun to go back to. As for the last part, I don't know if it's, like I said, I don't know if it's a arrow, because it's like a hyphen greater than sign, or it's supposed to be just a greater than sign, but DB Superhero over DB Super Broly. I like both movies. I don't want them to fight, because I think they both show, like, the two different sides of Dragon Ball that are really compelling. Super Broly has this gorgeous hand-drawn animation. It's one of the most gorgeous animated movies I've seen. And, you know, I think a lot of the character writing work there is really good. I think it's got amazing action. And I also think Superhero is great, too. I think Superhero showcases Dragon Ball at its funniest, when it's, you know, when it's focusing on the side characters. I think the animation's great in its own way, too. I really love a lot of Superhero. I think both of those films, they're not films that I would recommend to, like, newcomers of, like, hey, if you want to get into Dragon Ball, watch this, because they do have so much kind of lore that they require you to know. But I think that they're both really good. I don't know if I could pick a favorite between the two of them because I like both of them. And as a Gohan fan, I'm contractually obligated to really like Superhero. So, that's Son Gohan. He's so fantastic. Sorry, I'm checking up on updates and stuff. Uh, okay, yeah, sorry. It was just catching up on some things going up on the back end. Fidel is the best character. I don't know why we're talking about Fidel in the chat, but Fidel is the best Dragon Ball character. Next one is from Elias Ikari. Favorite songs on To Pimp a Butterfly or Gorillaz' debut album. Alternatively, Fuck, Marry, Kill, Albert Wesker, Leon Kennedy, Lady Dimitru. Dimitru? I forgot how to pronounce that. Okay, let me take this step by step. Favorite songs on To Pimp a Butterfly. It's all of them. The album version of I is great, of course. You is fantastic. These Walls is a jam. So good. You Ain't Gotta Lie is, really, I don't know. I can't say it's underrated because that whole album isn't underrated, but that song is really great. Fantastic album, but it's almost hard to pick up individual songs because it just kind of all flows. Dimitrescu, is that okay? Okay. Yeah. So, those are the ones that stick out to me. Gorillaz' debut album favorite songs. Rehash is great. New Genius Brother is really good. Hold on. I always get. Oh yeah, and then there's Man Research Clapper. I get those two songs confused a lot. I like those songs. Punk's really good. M1A1's really good. Even if at this point I kind of skip through a lot of the intro for M1A1. 192000 is fantastic. My controversial opinion. I don't know if this is still controversial anymore, but it used to be. I think the original version of 192000 is way better than the Soul Child remix. I like the Soul Child remix, but I think Cracker Island itself... Not Cracker Island, sorry, I read Cracker Island in the chat. I think the 192000 album version is just fantastic and iconic. When you come on Song versus Song, who are you pitting Gorillaz against? That's a good question. Daft Punk, maybe? That seems like the obvious thing would be Daft Punk. But there's also Deadmau5. There's also your favorite Martian, the Ray William Johnson's Gorillaz knockoff band, but that's not a fair competition. I'm trying to think of what songs were big in like 2005 when Feel Good Inc. was that could be like in that same comparable genre. Because that was the era of like the Killers, maybe MCR would be a good point of comparison because they're in different genres. But MCR was also very much that multimedia, like, hey, we're doing a story, we're playing characters, we have this big presentation and stuff like that. We're gonna do shows in the outfits and things like that. Here's our comic book lore. I still haven't listened to Danger Days. Is that the album that Na 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 is from? Yeah. Alternatively, Fuck, Marry, Kill, Albert Wesker, Leon Kennedy, Lady Dimitru. Kill Albert Wesker, because I don't trust him. I don't trust that guy. Marry Leon Kennedy, because that man's designed to be a wife guy. And, fuck Lady, Dimitrescu. Because I really like her and she's tall. But I don't think she would want me for a long time, and I don't know if I want to be around her for a long time. Where can I see me talk about Charlie Kaufman again? The podcast isn't out yet. It'll be out hopefully sometime soon. But yeah. Yeah, so hopefully that clears things up. Sorry, a new question came out on the Patreon, so I was looking at that. This one is from Bronbo. Do you think any portion of Berserk is outright bad and would have been better off cut, or do you think even the weaker parts have merit? Also, what is a manga you're interested in reading but haven't gotten to yet? For that second one, because that's easier to answer first, Vinland Saga is one that's been recommended to me a lot, and I haven't gotten to it at all. Red Bard really wants me to read it or watch it, or I don't even know if the anime is good. I don't even know if the anime covers. I don't know anything about the anime. I just know Vinland Saga comes up a lot when researching Berserk. I know nothing about it, but theoretically I should. Fire Punch is another one because I'm a Chainsaw Man fan, and I keep having friends tell me to read Fire Punch. I think that's the name of it, right? The really fucked up one from the same creator. There's a lot of manga that I just haven't gotten to yet. Like, I've started One Piece, but I'm only 200 chapters in, and there's still like 800 to go. But those are the big ones to where it's like if I were to start a new manga right now, it'd probably be that. Do I think any portion of Berserk is outright bad and would have been better off, or do you think even the weaker parts have merit? Yeah, I guess now is as good of a time as any to... I mean, like, there's some parts of Berserk that I think are less good than others, and there are some that I think are outright bad. So I've talked about, like, I think Black Swordsman's not fantastic. I think it's one of the weaker parts of Berserk. Not bad, but just one of the weaker parts. Not anything I'd say skip. Like, I did a whole video. People are like, oh, you said you hate the Black Swordsman. I don't hate the Black Swordsman arc. I just think it's a really kind of weird arc. I think some of the stuff in Fantasia arc was kind of slow. It's almost unfair. I think the stuff on the boat was just kind of a little bit of nothing. The worst part of Berserk is, I don't even know what to call it, but the Griffith retrieval arc in the manga, I think is not good. And I think that, like, a part of it is that I watched the 97 anime first. And so for me, the whole rescuing Griffith thing is... hold on, I'm just going to answer this in chat first, because I see it. You'd need to see 2 before 3 and 4, or at least understand what's happening in 2 before 3 and 4, because the ramifications of John Wick 2 lead into 3 and 4. So if you can watch 2, do that. Austin, thank you for the super chat, by the way. Congrats on 100k. Talk to you later. I hope you're doing well. So okay, the Griffith retrieval arc in the 97 anime, it's like 5 minutes. They rescue Griffith, and they get chased down by some knights, and then it's done. In the manga, it is like 1 or 2 volumes, I want to say. And it goes on for so long. It's like they send a wave of troops, and then they send is it the Bakiraka is the name of it? Like, they send the fucking special team, and that doesn't do anything. And then they send Wild. And Wild is the worst character in Berserk. I will hold on to this for as long as I live. If I make my follow-up Berserk video, which I'd love to do once the manga is actually finished, I will go more in depth on my thoughts of Wild, but I guess I'm here. I can explain some of it. Wild is bad, and I've read a lot of people's, like, arguments for Wild over the years. I've been in this fandom for a while. I've read my comment section. I know people's arguments towards Wild of saying, well, it showcases how brutal demons can be. It showcases how strong demons can be. It explains why Guts' sword is broken. It explains, it sets up for the eclipse and shows that if it is this hard to kill even one apostle, then killing all of them at the eclipse is going to be a nightmare. I get those things, but also I think it's all, like, bullshit. Because here's the thing, all of that stuff was already done towards the beginning of the series with Zod. We have this fighting with Zod, who is our first presentation against a supernatural entity, and he is so fucking strong, and the only reason that he does not kill Guts and Griffith is because he flies away and, like, just stops fighting. As for, like, other things of, like, how do they explain why Guts doesn't have his sword in the Eclipse, or why his sword's broken? He just doesn't have his sword. I didn't question it in the 97 anime because he rushes after the cart to go find Griffith, because Griffith is driving away in the cart. He's not going to be like, let me go grab my slab of metal to chase down my friend before he crashes into the river. It's like, no, he's just going to run after the cart. I don't need to know why he doesn't have his sword, and the sword wouldn't have made that big of a difference anyway. It could just crack in the Eclipse. It's not a big deal. We need to show how brutal and inhumane the demons are. They're demons. You don't need that. We know how cruel and inhumane they are. We're about to see it. And I think Wild actually takes away from it, because the whole thing that makes the Eclipse so shocking is that you think things are going to be okay. You've reached a resolution. Griffith's not going to be healed, but, you know, he's fine. Like, you know, the Band of the Hawks will find a new beginning. They'll keep going on. And then the Eclipse happens, and it's a slap in the face, and it's all these awful demons, and it's all of this murder and massacre and other situations that they put the characters in. I don't need to have a setup for these things being strong. They're supernatural entities. And the whole thing of, like, I actually think it makes it lesser that we experience that so close to the Eclipse, because it just kind of gets repetitive, because we get one big hopeless fight against a demon, and then we get another one with almost the same exact ending of Casca, stuff that happens to Casca. And I think one of the things that the manga does really bad, especially compared to the 97 thing, is it foreshadows the Eclipse so fucking much. And I know that a lot of this is because, the manga starts off with the Black Swordsman arc, so you know it's going to lead to demons. Like, it's a foregone conclusion. But so much of, like, the manga leading up to the Eclipse is, the Eclipse is about to come. Skull Knight shows up and says, the Eclipse is about to come. Wild shows up and says, the Eclipse is about to come. It's so much foreshadowing for the Eclipse. I don't think you need that much. I think the Eclipse works better when it is a slap in the face. I think when it is, like, a shock. Like, it is, for me, just nothing about this gross, sex fiend, gore-loving demon justifies his presence in Berserk. It's filler at best, and outright, like, trash edge shit at worst. And I love Berserk. I adore it. I just think Wild is bad. I think there's nothing really good about the character. We don't need him there. So yeah, I think that the Griffith retrieval arc in the manga is really bad. I think it drags on too long, and you have to deal with Wild. Will Meister, I saw you sent 2 super chats, so I will go ahead and read those off. I like Fidel, but Frieza is the best DBZ character. Yeah, Trunks made him a joke, and Kai watered him down, but Resurrection F established him as the Dragon Ball villain. The Cold family is underrated. I love Frieza a lot, too. I think Frieza is a really interesting character. I don't know what you mean by Kai watered him down, because I liked his portrayal in Kai a lot, especially with the Chris Ayres as the voice. May you rest in peace. Fantastic actor. But Frieza's so cool, pun intended. I really love, I don't know, just his, I wish the arc he was in was a bit better, because it fucking drags so much. The Namek saga goes on for so long, even in the manga. But he's so cool. I love the moment when he just impales Krillin on his spikes and just waves him back and forth like a piñata. And then there's a follow-up one. Nicole Tompkins has now played one of the series' most beloved in Jill and one of the series' most hated characters in Ashley. I'm playing RE4 Remake and I don't hear Jill when Ashley speaks. That's crazy. This is the first time hearing that they share the same voice actress, and that's wild to me because I didn't hear any Jill and Ashley either. I really like Ashley. I liked Ashley in the original game. I like her in the remake too. Ashley is fantastic. I think I'm all caught up now. With super chats and Patreon asks. So, um, that means. Oh wait, Sam Forster, you sent a super chat? I did not notice. Hold on. Let me scroll up. Oh, yes you did. Yes you did. My apologies. Sam Forrester, what's your favorite Nostalgia Critic episode? I don't know if there's any that I'd say are like favorites or good. I think the Kazam one has held up a lot. Because I mean Kazam's just kind of a silly movie. And maybe that's just me being like, I don't know, I have some nostalgia for it, for that review, because for some reason I think it's mainly the section where the bullies are chasing the kid and they do the fucking went through a hole. What did he do? He went through a hole. What did he do? We went through the hole. What did we do? Oh yeah, we go through the hole. But yeah, I don't know if I would say any of his Nostalgia Critic videos are like particularly good, especially in retrospect. I think the commercial specials, yeah, were okay. At least the first one. He did that one commercial special with the revival thing where he like made fun of the rape whistle ad, which was really weird. And then he had like a whole skit about it with Greg Sestero, where it's like a guy wouldn't even notice if he was being sexually harassed, and it was like so weird. I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. That whole is so much of Nostalgia Critic is these weird bits that just kind of reveal a lot of these weird sort of, I don't even know if it's actually beliefs that this guy has, or if it's just like he sees an opportunity for a joke and he takes it. And the skits are not good. With all due respect, the skits not good. Very much not good. But yeah, I think I should be caught up now. Just in time for the poster to fall down. Having met Doug, I say it's the latter. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing, because it's like I haven't met this guy, so I can't speak to him, but you have. You're not sure if Doug has much of a belief system. That's wild, because he's like 40, right? Like, I don't know. It's weird. You'd think, like, over this course of doing this for, like, 15, almost 20 years that he'd have developed, like, you know, like, an ideology, a consistent sort of work ethic or mindset or just whatever. And I don't... Weird. Anyway, if anyone wants to leave questions in the chat, I will answer them until I get some more Patreon ones or super chats. Because I'm still good for continuing. Favorite potato fries, specifically cheddar fries. I like them a bit too much. Best and worst, They Might Be Giants album. Best one is Lincoln. Worst one is probably Mink Car. Because I just don't. I think the production of that album's not good. I think all of the songs are not great. Do I like JJBA, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? I do. I haven't watched it or read it in a while, but I did. I watched the first 3 parts and read parts 4 through 7 back in like 2017. I like them a lot, but I haven't gone back to them in a while. Have I seen Ashley Mouse? I have. I have a bunch of Ashley Mouse art saved on my phone. It's really good. Paragon or Renegade? Paragon, because I tried to do a Renegade playthrough as a joke, and then I felt really bad, because I can't be mean to video game characters. Best AVGN episode? My personal favorite one is the NES Accessories one. I just think that is the best. That's the one I have the most nostalgia for, at the very least. Favorite character across both Nier games. Either Kane or A2. I have figures of them up in the corner over there. Have I played through the Xenoblade games? I played through Xenoblade 1, and I'm a few chapters into Xenoblade 2. I have a display over there. From Will Meister, I mean, Linda Young was so frightening. She played Frieza slowly, taking her time with her words. Chris Ayres played him kind of fast talking and fast acting. And Kanye wasn't racist or too violent, I say, as a black. Fair enough. I mean, yeah. I like Little Kariba's Frieza a lot. And it's almost the voice that I use in my head whenever I read Frieza. How do I stop myself from becoming too angry at the world? I remember the beauty of friendship, of a good snack, of a piece of art that moves me, of beautiful songs. And I remember that things aren't that bad. How many comics and graphic novels do I have back there on the shelf? I do not know, quite honestly, and there's some that are in other rooms. But what does Pot of Greed do? Good question. I miss my Yu-Gi-Oh cards so much. Thoughts on Radiohead and Weezer? I have not listened to a lot of Weezer. I listened to the Blue Album. The Blue Album's good. I listened to Pinkerton. Pinkerton's also good, but it's one I need to listen to more. I don't really care for their cover of Africa. Nor do I care for Pork and Beans. I will say, and I will hand in my cool internet person card, one of my favorite videos to go back to is the SNL skit on Weezer. The one with Matt Damon and Leslie Jones arguing about Weezer over Christmas dinner. I think that video it's a perfect skit. If it was an I Think You Should Leave skit, I think we'd all be referencing it. But fucking love that skit so much. Radiohead is a band I always wanted to get more into, but every time I've listened to OK Computer, I've listened to In Rainbows. Neither of them really stuck with me, but I need to listen to them more. Yeah, I need to listen to them more. I'm sure I would like them if I just I get that. And yeah, Lil Creep and Chris Ayres both take influence from Ryusei Nakoa's Frieza, which I'm a sub fan for Dragon Ball. I can't believe I got through this without saying that. I like the subtitled version of Dragon Ball the best. So a lot of the Japanese voice cast are the ones that I reference in my day-to-day life. There's a lot of questions. Do I still playing the video on the Salzburg movies? Yes, I just have to figure out when I'm gonna do it and how. Oh, thank you for the voice compliments. Good luck with voice training. It can be really hard. I've never actually done formal voice training, and it's scary. Am I a fan of any FromSoft games? Yes, I have played all of them except for I haven't finished Demon's Souls. And when people say FromSoft games, they usually mean everything from Dark Souls forward. I haven't played Demon's Souls. Well, I've played it, I just haven't finished it. I played like a few hours of Dark Souls 2 and then kind of put it down, and I need to go back to it. But it's a game that I find is more fun with co-op than it is actually playing it. And maybe I'll ask H-Bomber Guy if he wants to play it with me. Because he likes that game. Oh yeah, Philbrain, your epic movie review. I remember that one. I remember watching that one back on the old site. It was a good one. You make good stuff. I loved your Scream video, by the way. I don't remember I ever commented on it, but I watched your going through the Screams 1 through 5 yet. I haven't watched your Scream 6 one yet, but I really liked the Screams 1 through 5. You had a lot of the same observations that that I do in terms of the series. Yeah, you did good work. I also liked your video on the whale because it helped navigate through my thoughts that I had on the whale when I watched it. Favorite Twin Peaks episode from the original series? I don't remember the episode name, so I don't remember which one is the May the Giant Be With You. Because I remember the episode numbers. So, season 2, episode 7, the one where the killer is revealed, I think is one of the best episodes of the show, quite frankly. I think it's one of the best episodes of TV of all time. Of course, the season 2 finale is really great, but I think that there is a real beauty in the moment of the reveal. Scream 6 was the best Scream. Good night, everybody. Scream 6 was really good. I had so much fun with Scream 6. I don't know if it was just because it was like the first movie I saw since like Avatar 2. Because I saw Avatar 2 in theaters like fucking the day after I got my car back. And then I didn't go to see the movies for months, and then I finished the Master Peach video and was like, I'm gonna fucking see Scream 6. So I saw Scream 6. So much fun. Great time. Loved the stuff with it. It's I think I still like Scream 4 a little bit more, but Scream 6 was pretty high up there. Luca, I'm surprised you still haven't watched Avatar 2. It's out on digital now, so you can get like a high quality version of it. Vincent, I did see Megan, but I didn't watch Megan until the unrated edition came to Peacock. And I adored Megan. Megan was so good. I loved Megan so much. Another super chat from Willmeister. Well, that explains it. OK Computer is where Radiohead changed their sound, and it's only okay. Try albums before OK Computer, like Pablo Honey. Yeah, I should probably listen to Pablo Honey, because obviously I know Creep. That's the big one. The Social Network trailer song. But yeah, I'll give Radiohead a listen. I feel like I have to. I know Demi Ajuibe is a big fan. He used to reference Radiohead a lot on Punch Up the Jam. And so that was why I wanted to get into Radiohead. Because I like his stuff and we share a lot of the same taste in music. So. Have I played any of the Shin Megami Tensei games? I mean, I've played Persona 5 and Persona 5 Royal. But I feel like if someone asks you if you play Shin Megami Tensei and you answer with you've played Persona, you're going to get stabbed. I played a little bit of SMT5. I got to the second area on it. Second or third, I can't remember. I put a few hours into it. I enjoyed it, but I also, especially with how rough it performed on Switch, I didn't get enraptured in the way that I wanted to. So I don't quite know, like, I'll probably go back to it at some point, because it is a good Switch game, but I also just don't know if it'll... Yeah, SMT and Persona are the same, but I know a lot of, like, hardcore SMT fans get mad if, you, like, for, like, it's almost like that thing of, more popular spin-off sort of thing. There's a question I was gonna answer. Oh, yeah, I actually, now that I think about it, I also played a little bit, not a lot, like only like an hour or so of Devil Survivor Overclocked on the 3DS, which I only have because my dad was looking for cheap 3DS games for me to get for Christmas, like in the early 2010s. And he saw that for like, it was like $5 or $10. And he was like, yeah, this has anime people on the front. Emily will like that. And got it for me. And I didn't actually play any of it until after I played through Persona 5. And then I was like, oh, okay, well, that's, yeah, there's some fucking SMT characters I recognize here, like Pixie and Dick Monster. Oh, thank you, Chris Galvin. I really appreciate that. Thoughts on Hell of a Boss? I have not watched it. That's a Has-Been Hotel thing, right? Because I haven't watched Has-Been Hotel either. SMT fans resent Persona fans the way Lisa the Painful fans resent Undertale fans. Yeah, that tracks. I've heard Nocturne's good, but I also heard it's pretty hard, and the I was gonna buy the Switch remaster, but I heard it wasn't great, and it was also pretty pricey. Why did I laugh at the Maniac at the end of the Return of Demo Reel video? Because the joke is that the ending of the Demo Reel revival is the exact same as the ending of my original Demo Reel video, and have a joke at the beginning to where it's like I have no evidence that they've seen my video, and if they did, and if I found any, I would lose my fucking mind, and then I end the video losing my fucking mind. I almost cut the laugh out. I'm glad people liked the laugh though. Uh oh, another super chat from Willmeister. Thank you. I still have to finish Twin Peaks. I'm more of an X-Files fan. Are you? If so, did you like the revival series from a few years ago? Which movie do you think is better, and have you played the video game? I have not watched any X-Files, to be honest. The most X-Files I've seen is this clip I saw yesterday on Tumblr where David Duchovny goes up to an alien and someone says, "That's an alien, all right," and David Duchovny goes, and it just goes back to straight faced. I don't know the context. That's the only clip I've seen. I want to get more into X-Files. It's been on one of those things on my list for a while, but I just I missed it at the time because like it finished airing like right around the time that I would have started actually noticing media around me, and I just never got back to it, and I don't even know what streaming services it's on, and it obviously I know it's very important. I think I watched like maybe a little bit of the revival when it was on like the treadmill at the gym or something. But even then, it wasn't like me watching it because I couldn't hear it. I know a lot of people were mixed on the revival and of the movies, or at least the second movie. I remember the second movie the being the one that everyone was disappointed in, because at that point it was like I was 2008. I could understand media, and I realized people were very disappointed in this thing I knew nothing about. I know Emily St. James, who is a brilliant journalist and critic, wrote a lot about the X-Files. And I almost want to get into X-Files specifically to read her work, because her stuff is so good. Do I think trying to get into Homestuck these days is actually worth it? No. That sounds really mean. No, I don't think it is. It's very much a product of its time. The only way to really successfully read it is to download the unofficial collection, because the books were never properly finished. The website's kind of a mess. And quite frankly, my view of Homestuck now is almost in a similar realm of Harry Potter. And obviously it's very different. That Rowling is, very public and very, very publicly associated and actively doing bad things in public presence, and harms people on a more global scale. But it's a very much that same thing for Homestuck with me, where due to my own personal interactions with them, as well as stuff I know from behind the scenes, I know the ways in which Homestuck has been used to hurt people, and the ways in which the people who've made it have gone on to hurt others, and try to bully others and abuse others. And if it means a lot to people, then that's great. For me, I cannot in good conscience recommend Homestuck or still engage with it, because for me all I can think about is the way in which this series has been used to hurt me and other people. But that's just a me thing. Checking my phone for updates. I have 12 emails because every time someone comments on Patreon, I get an email. They're also offering me shows in Canada to watch. Saying, hey, these performers are performing live in Canada right now. Yeah, Viz literally fired every single person working on Act 2. Yeah, that was a whole thing where right after Act 1 came out. Where, yeah, that whole thing is just such a fucking clusterfuck. My thoughts on Humans, I'll go more in depth in a video that I'll do the Humans video. The Humans video is going to be a thing. Not anytime soon. Don't expect it within a year. Because quite frankly, I just did the Plastic Beach video and I want to sort of distance this stuff out a bit. But I like Humans. I think Humans holds a very special place to my heart. I get the problems people have with it. For me, I think the album is still very good. And I think so long as you kind of know what to expect, I think it works out. But ultimately, I can't convince people that Humans is a good album if they don't like it. I can just kind of give my perspective. Thoughts on People in general? I don't know. I mean, like, God, I love some people sometimes because people are very, very special. People are my religion because I believe in them. Super chat from Travel. Thank you so much. Hey, let's talk about good webcomics instead. What webcomics do you like? You like Kill 6 Billion Demons? That's one that's been recommended to me a lot. Recommended to me a lot. But I haven't read it, but I probably should. Webcomics I like. I haven't read webcomics in a while. I mean, Wayne Family Adventures I'm a bit behind on, if that counts. It's a webtoon, but it's an official one. I used to read XKCD a lot. I don't know if that's still going, but I remember XKCD being really good. I used to have the app on my phone to keep up with it back when that was a thing that people do. I don't even know if webcomic apps are still a thing anymore. JL8 I remember liking a lot. I don't know if y'all have ever I don't know if JL8 if they renamed it or not, or if what's going on with that. But the whole premise was it was the Justice League, but in like a kindergarten, and I believe the principal was Darkseid. And it was just really cute. It was just this really cute AU of everyone being in their superhero costumes, being like 5 years old. JL8 was just really fun. There's some other ones. I used to read Penny Arcade. I don't recommend reading Penny Arcade. Oh, I could have answered this earlier when I talked about obscure media that I think I'm the only one who remembers. Misfile, El Goonish Shive, Cheer, which has been wiped off the internet and was an El Goonish Shive spin-off series. Congrats to anyone who still remembers those. I used to read Cyanide and Happiness. I haven't read them in a while, but I remember having one of their books. I don't know how well that stuff has aged. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't read a lot of webcomics as much as I used to, unfortunately. But the ones I used to read were pretty good. I used to ironically read Control-Alt-Delete as well. Sorry, I'm just checking up on things. Let's see. Thoughts on Clayface being in the Batman Part 2? I'm all for it. Clayface fans rise up. Clayface fans stay winning. Clayface and Batman 2. Clayface and Mike Flanagan's Clayface. I'm so fucking happy. Clayface is a villain that hasn't really gotten his due, really. I think he's a very interesting character. I think he's a very sympathetic character. I think there's a lot that you can do with him. I think having Batman 2 focus on a more kind of out there villain and not just do like a what if blank was a serial killer sort of thing, I think will be fun. Hopefully. I imagine that's what they're doing. I get the vibe that Matt Reeves is a comic book fan. I doubt he would do like the Nolan thing of like, let's try to normalize this to where it's like, oh, they call him Clayface because he gets plastic surgery to change his face. I think Clayface being the villain will be really good. I think there's a lot that you can do there. Do you think you'll still be proud of your current work in 10 years' time? I don't know. I mean, I have issues with my work now because it's just who I am as a person and kind of perfectionist tendencies and anxieties and stuff like that. I'll like it more in 10 years' time because at that point it'll be like nostalgic, even if I'm doing stuff that's different. I hope so. I don't know what the future holds for me 10 years from now. I'll be like 35. I'll be 35. Weird. Have I read Chainsaw Man? Yes, I have. I'm a few chapters behind on the current stuff, but I really do like it. Reading World's Finest, I am. Once again, I'm also a few chapters behind. I've just been busy. But I really liked World's Finest. I was a bit mixed on the first arc just because I don't know a lot about Doom Patrol. And it was very Doom Patrol heavy, but once I kind of got my bearings, I really liked World's Finest. I think the art's gorgeous, and it's really cool to see Superman and Batman interact and not hate each other. Uh, da, 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 da. Favorite, Seki Soulsborne boss. Lady Maria from Bloodborne's really great. Millennia from Elden Ring is a huge pain, but like in a really fun way. What kind of mic is this? This is an Earthworks Ethos. I got it from Earthworks themselves. They were kind enough to ship me one. I like it a lot. It's really cool, and I'm really grateful for it. As a fellow trans woman and one that's in the closet, I want to know what it was like going on HRT, assuming you had it. I'm just curious. Sorry if this is too personal. Hey, no worries. I think it's good to answer some of this stuff because there's not a lot of resources out there that a lot of people know to find. Going on HRT was interesting. I mean, it's one of those two where your body is changing and it's basically going through a second puberty, and so you have a lot of weird things that you're not going to expect, a lot of weird pains in certain places. One thing I would watch out for if you do go on HRT, I can only really talk about estrogen because that's what I do, is around the 2-month mark, you're going to, from my experience and talking to other people, around the 2 months marks, you are going to be very emotional, very touch sensitive, very much Grisabella in Cats, just wanting, like, touch me, it's so easy to leave, that sort of thing. Just because it will send your emotions kind of up there and out there. One thing I would really recommend doing with transitioning with HRT is, one, making sure you get into the habit, because it's very easy to just kind of forget over time. And also, and I know, like, as a trans person, it's hard to really do this sometimes. Um, but I really recommend taking pictures of yourself when you transition, because one of the things about transitioning is that your body is changing, but you don't get like patch notes, you know? Um, you don't get like this thing of like you wake up and you're like, your eyes are a bit wider today. Your skin's 0.2% softer. You know, there's a lot of changes that you're not going to notice because you're just simply going through the motions of day-to-day life. And so I think taking photos and having a documentation of how you like change is very important, because for me it's interesting to go back to photos from when I started 4 years ago and kind of be able to track, not literally day by day, but like a gradual change in how it's doing. I really like trans timelines. I think they're very fun to do, because they can just be really rewarding in the sense of like, oh, there is progress being made. And do something with your hair if you can. I think that was a big thing for me. That was my experience, is that I had to dye my hair, and I dyed it blue because I was having a very emotional moment. And and then I settled on dyeing it orange, which is what I kept tried to keep it as since then. Um, for me, dyeing my hair was a big part of my transition, because it meant that I was... It marked a different point, you know? It meant that I was no longer just looking at, like, my old self, but with longer hair now. That there was a very visible, very obvious, clear change. I know not everyone wants to dye their hair. That was just my experience to where that really worked out. Grow out your hair if you can. What do you mean by touch sensitive? Like getting uncomfortable? No, I mean kind of the opposite. It is that thing of like desperately wanting attention, desperately wanting affection, feeling very lonely. That stuff tends to happen because it's just like a lot of emotions and things like that. And so because like your body, your hormone levels are changing, that's going to change your emotional response to things and your emotional reflexes. And it generally, in my opinion, happens around the 2 month mark and kind of lasts until the 4 month mark. Yeah, dye your hair blue. Get pronouns, dye your hair blue. That's my advice. Straight from Lady Emily. Dye your hair blue. Get pronouns. I looked bad with blue hair, by the way. See you later, Azros the Tech Wizard. Boyfriend wants to go on HRT. He's 19, wants presented to femboy. Any advice I should give him? I'm not good at giving like actual like presentation advice like that. If you're looking for like HRT, I don't know where you are like area wise. I was able to find a clinic that an informed consent clinic. Good night, Film Brain. Makeup's gonna be a big part. Styling hair is gonna be a big part, and I'm still trying to figure out how to style hair. Hair is so hard. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not good at advice like that. I can only speak to what I did, which is disaster, fall apart. Another super chat from Wellmaster. Thank you so much. Speaking of Superman, he's my favorite hero of all time. A lot of people's complaints about him are addressed in the comics. Would you agree? Also, how do you feel about Superman? I like Superman. I think a lot of people who don't like Superman have not actually engaged with any Superman media. And it doesn't help that we haven't really had a lot of great Superman media in... Superman 2 came out in 1981 and the Donner Cut came out in 2006. So it's been a hot minute. And so a lot of people don't actually really have a good grasp on what Superman is as a character, what he's like, what he can do, his opportunities. I've heard Superman and Lois is good. There's probably like actually like good Superman like TV shows and animated series and stuff that's been along the way, but I mean like general big culture. Um, I think Superman's really interesting. I think he's fascinating. Um, it is that thing of like this man who has all power. I think the thing that a lot of people get trapped on is that they think that like what makes Superman Superman is his superpowers, when in reality it is his restriction on his superpowers. It's the human parts of him that make him redeeming. It is the way he the way that he talks to people and navigates through life. Oh yeah, that's a good point, Nightingale. Going back to a previous transition doesn't even have to mean HRT. It's a personal journey. You can choose to do HRT. You can choose not to do HRT. Do whatever you need to do in order to feel like you have to transition. The only thing you need to do to transition is whatever you feel like. But yeah, Superman. I think he's a really fascinating character. I haven't read too many of the mainline Superman comics, but I have read Son of Kal-El. I have read All Star Superman. I have read Super Sons. All Star Superman's one of the best comics ever written. And it's stuff like that that's just really captures what makes this character so lovely and so great. I don't know. He's just a breath of fresh air. He's just such a nice, like, he's so nice. I think it's nice to have a nice character, and I think it's cool. I feel like I should have a more in-depth answer. Like I said, I feel like people get hung up, by people I mean Zack Snyder, on the alien aspect of Superman, on the all-powerful thing, but he's like just a guy from Kansas who's just really nice. And I really love that about him. Wouldn't you realize Superman 3 is the best movie ever made? Superman 3 is honestly an underrated, so bad it's good movie. Like, there's so much fucking wild shit in Superman 3. My favorite thing is the Richard Pryor subplot. Which, like, okay. Because of the parallel cutting, all of this takes place in, like, the span of, like, a day, right? So, Richard Pryor goes to unemployment. Richard Pryor gets a job, or sees a job ad for Discount Lex Luthor, for this company run by Evil Mega Man. Richard Pryor interviews and gets the job. Richard Pryor develops this amazing program. Richard Pryor gets his first paycheck all in one day, and Richard Pryor is like, why is there money taken out of my check? And another character has to come up and say, yeah, that's taxes. They take taxes out of your check. And it's so fucking weird, and they don't explain how this all happens in one day, how Richard Pryor has, like, made it to this fucking age in his life and never even, like, experienced, let alone heard of, income tax. Like, and then he just builds, he's so good at programming the thing that he builds this fucking supercomputer weather machine accidentally. There's that, like, weird scene where, like, Clark Kent, I think it's after he gets the kryptonite that turns him evil, where he goes to, like, try to stop the factory from being on fire, and he he shows up and he, like, stops the fire, and the guy's like, yeah, shame we couldn't get them all out on time. If only you had shown up earlier, Superman. And it's like, oh my god. Like, this fucking random cop number 5 is like, yeah, Superman, you really fucked up. You got here way too late, huh? Really just fucking biffed that one. Really fucking just, yeah. Slowpoke. Fucking, I love Oh yeah, Superman boinks the blonde chick on the top of the Statue of Liberty. Like he literally shows up because the whole thing is that they stage it to look like she's in trouble, and then he flies in, and he's like, "I hope you don't expect me to save you, because I don't really do that sort of thing anymore." It's like, what did you show up for? And then he just like has a fucking he sleeps with this random blonde woman on the top of the Statue of Liberty. Superman 3 is fantastic. Superman 3, classic cinema. Yeah, I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check the what's it called? Patreon. I think we're good for Patreon questions right now. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna go because this stream's been going on for 3 hours now. Um, and it's like 7:30 here, and I should probably think about dinner. You know, streams actually take a lot out of you because you realize you've been talking for 3 hours. But also, I don't know. I was hoping to play some Pokemon today, but maybe. Yeah, I think I might call it here relatively soon. So if anyone wants to get some last questions and some last super chats, patron questions, um, now is the time to do so, because I'm probably going to cook stream. I don't even think I'm gonna be cooking. I'm either gonna heat up leftovers. Or I'm gonna order like a pizza or something. Favorite media to collect? Probably movies. I think that's the easiest one to collect, and it's the one that feels the most rewarding. Um, Being a film student meant I had to collect movies for a while. Would I ever do a Twin Peaks essay? Yeah, I would love to do one. I was gonna do one last year because, like, for my June vid, like for a birthday vid, Father's Day vid. And then friend of the channel, Maggie Mayfish, in an awful move meant to spite me, made the fucking perfect Twin Peaks essay like a few months before I did, and it was just fantastic and everything I wanted to talk about, and so mad at her that she did such a good fucking job that I did a voice line in the second part of it. You should go watch Maggie Mayfish's stuff. She's really great and sweet, and those Twin Peaks videos are very, very good, and taught me a lot on it, honestly. What's your advice on someone who may somewhat question their gender? Find ways that you can safely explore the gender that you're questioning, without it being like a full commitment, because I know full commitments can be very scared. So maybe, set up an alt account that you can use under different pronouns. You know, ask a trusted friend if you want to. Experiment with just talking to people using a different name. You know, do whatever it is that you're like questioning, just try to experiment with it, dip your toes into it and see what sounds good, like whether that's trying out a clothes or something, or if it's making a pic crew if you're like idealized self. It's just stuff like that, I think, is a good way to dip your toes into it without feeling like it has to be like a big commitment, because it doesn't need to be a big commitment. Just do whatever you need to do. Pronoun dressing room is a great resource for trying out pronouns. I don't know what that is, but that sounds really exciting based on the name alone. Thoughts on the Now Now? It's fine. It's still a really good album, but if I do my I'll do my Humans video at some point. When I do my Humans video, I'll talk about the Now Now because those two albums are linked. And much like that's almost part of the reason why I don't want to do the Humans video right now, why I want to wait a bit, is because it would be very similar in really similar in structure to the Plastic Beach video, and that like, hey, here's this big album that was supposed to be a big push, and then there was backlash, and then stuff didn't perform as well, and then they released this kind of solo album to bring the tides over. I like the Now Now, but it's also, in my opinion, kind of a lesser Gorillaz album. Depending on the day, I might like it a bit less than the Fall, because I think the Fall is a bit more unique. I love a lot of the songs on the Now Now, but it also feels like songs that Damon Albarn could write in his sleep if he wanted to. That like these are songs that he can just do whenever. And I think for me, because there were two Gorillaz albums released, or not Gorillaz albums, but Damon Albarn albums released in 2018. The Now Now, which was, the one that got the more recognition because it, had Humility and it was the big Gorillaz album. But I think that if you want something that like has that big Damon presence but sounds a bit more fleshed out and a bit more dynamic and a bit more interesting, Damon Albarn's side project, supergroup The Good, the Bad, and the Queen, released their album Maryland in November 2018, and it's all about Brexit and the separation of Britain and things like that from the EU. And it is fantastic. I think it was my favorite album of that year. It's criminally underrated. Look up Lady Boston. It's one of Albarn's best songs of the 2010s. Everything that the Now Now was trying to do in terms of being a more slow, introspective album with primarily Damon vocals, I think was done better with Maryland. That came a bit better. So I like the Now Now. It's still like an 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10 album for me, but it's also just kind of like, yeah, this is a Damon Albarn album. All right. Also, yeah, Lady Emblems. Both of the posters fell down. And I'm not picking them up. How many hours have I put into Resident Evil 4 so far? About 20. Probably, because my save file for the remake was like 18 or 19 hours, and I've done a little bit of playing since then, of just like messing around with like the demo. Yeah, they both fell down, so I'll have to pick that up. Am I planning to see Shin Ultraman? Yeah, I was gonna go see that in theaters, but I completely missed it. But I'm really excited for it. I know nothing about Ultraman. I like Shin Godzilla a lot, and if this is anything like that, or at least if it's good, then I want to see it. Now Now's S tier, Cope Amelia. I don't. If someone loves the Now Now, I like it too. I don't know, blaming for anyone who feels that way. Thoughts on Cracker Island? I like it. I get why fans are disappointed in it, and that I wish it was a bit more fleshed out. I think that there are some songs in there that are a bit very samey sounding, but not in a bad way. They just kind of do. I think a lot of it suffered from. I'll probably do a formal review for this on Nebula or Patreon. But I think a big part of it is that they released 5 of the songs beforehand, before the album led up to, which they did also for like Humans as well. But Humans ended up being like a 20-track album with like a 6 deluxe edition songs too, while like 5 tracks from Cracker Island is literally half of the album. And so it's kind of like, oh, well, here's all the pre-release songs, and then here's, the other stuff. And I like it a lot. I think it's really, really great. Cracker Island's a great song. All of the songs are really good. I think people are really mean to Tormenta. I think Tormenta is getting a lot of shit because Bad Bunny is really popular, and Gorillaz fans don't like when things are popular, and it's getting them introduced to a lot of people who don't know what Gorillaz are, and apparently that's a bad thing. And a lot of Gorillaz fans don't like songs from Gorillaz that don't have Albarn on vocals, which is dumb because that's a fair chunk of them now. We're like 8 albums in. And also, I'm just going to say it. I've noticed this weird thing where a lot of the Gorillaz songs that aren't in English get a lot of shit. And that really fucking sucked. I've noticed it with fucking Dead Butterflies too last year. Like, it's fine for a Gorillaz song to not be entirely in English. And like, it bugs me. It really does bug me. But Cracker Island's a good album. We have a super chat from Devon Jernigan. I hope I pronounced that right. I'm sorry. Oh, I didn't see what the message was, but thank you for the super chat. Regardless. Trying to bait me into saying a slur. Funny. I think that was chill. It's almost perfect. This Demon Days Plastic Beach and much of a banger. Yeah, no, the Low Keep Vibe is great. That CD for Now lived in my car for like a year or two, and I used to listen to it a lot because this was my old car, which didn't even have Bluetooth, so I had to use the aux cord. But then if I tried to charge it and use the aux cord at the same time, it would create like this big fuzz. And then eventually I got a new phone, and I couldn't. I had to get like a connector to try to plug both of them in at the same time. It's a whole thing. So whenever I would have to charge my phone, I'd put on the Now. So I listened to that album a lot. Is it a hot take to say there isn't a single Gorillaz album that I'd exactly call bad? That might be a hot take for some people. It's not for me, quite personally, because I think all of Gorillaz albums are like, even when there's a Gorillaz album I don't like as much as the others, it's still like a 8 or 9 out of my book. Like, I don't think Cracker Island is one of Gorillaz' best albums. It's still probably going to be my album of the year. I can't imagine anything else coming out this year that would be that I would like as much. Yeah, but yeah, let me just do a quick look again to make sure I get everyone. Because I just realized it's close to 8 p.m. here. I've been streaming for 3 hours and 11 minutes. Someone asked about my Blu-ray shelves. It's I don't remember. I don't know if it has an exact name. It was something I got on Amazon that ended up working out really well. It was like $50. But I ended up just getting another one. I honestly probably need a third one, quite frankly. But do I have a favorite Gorillaz member? Noodle. Y'all probably can't see. I have Noodle on my shirt from the Plastic Beach era. I've had this shirt for like 10 years because I got it in like 2010, 2011. My mom actually got it for me, which is how old it is. Got it from Hot Topic. And you can't find this shirt anymore, obviously, because it's generations old. And for a while, I couldn't fit into it. I couldn't wear it. But then I lost a lot of weight. And now I can wear it again. So, life hack. Do I have like a standard source of when steelbooks are coming out? The steelbook subreddit on Reddit is a good thing because they usually keep you updated on when stuff is going to come out and when they come back in stock. Gorillaz Vic gave me brain rot so much for the band TBH 2D, my beloved lad. 2D's so good. I love 2D. He's such a little fucking soft boy, pathetic boy. Oh, Vinicius, thank you for the super chat. Great content. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's so cool. But yeah. Yeah. What is this down here? I realize I have a little flyer for like a little steelbook wraparound thing. And it's for Halloween Kills. For the Halloween Kills steelbook. I just, for some reason, still have it down here. So. Thoughts on the modern Noodle design? What's going on with her hair and her outfits? um, I wish it was just a little bit more consistent, and they would give her some more kind of great stuff. I still love her, but she's looked a little weird this phase, quite frankly, and not even like just like, oh, the character's older thing, but just like it seems like Jamie is trying something with this art of hers, and I'm not quite sure it's working, but that's just a me thing. Uh, got a dip. Thanks for holding this Q&A, not making an April Fool's joke. When I make an April Fool's joke, y'all will know. Literally, the only reason why I had it on April 1st was just because usually I have D&D on Saturdays. And it's... we didn't end up having it today. So it was like, okay, well, now is as good of a time as I need to do it. Because, like, I won't be, like, busy. I don't have a video thing to worry about right now. Well, I kind of do, but nothing, like, immediate. And so it just kind of worked out for Ray. Is there a language you wish you spoke? All of them, really. I've done Spanish. I did a bunch of Spanish in school for like language credit and stuff, and did a bit of it in college, and I do Spanish for Duolingo every day, and I still don't feel like I'm really good at it. I'd love to be good at French. That's something I've always wanted to really learn. And then especially when I went to Canada, and there's a lot of French there, and you're like, oh wow, I'd really love to be able to speak this, but it's hard. Languages are hard. I can barely speak English. Lady Emily VTuber when I technically have, I guess, a TalkSprite avatar thing that I have set up for when I'm on Act Promptly. Ellie Spectacular, the Things YouTube Poop hosts like a improv game show, and I have a TalkSprite thing. And I almost thought of using it here, but I just don't know if I have enough animations for it to make it work. So I was like, let me just put it on camera because that's easier for me. Does the straw have 2 holes or 1? If we say 1, then that means the mouth and the ass count as 1 hole. Can you teach us some Spanish curse words, please? I don't know if that's in my rate. I don't... Any other manga or show you'd like to make a video about? I would like to do a Dragon Ball one. Just looking for a way to figure out how to do that without getting copyright claimed to fucking back. Anything I'm looking forward to this year? Yeah, lots of things. Tears of the Kingdom's coming out. I'm gonna see Sarah at some point this year. I'm not sure exactly when, but we're probably going to meet up. Not probably, we are gonna meet up some point this year. Probably take a trip to New York for a bachelorette party, which should be fun. Street Fighter 6. Theoretically, I should be excited for more things. Excited for the podcast to come out that I'm working on. Excited to read more Berserk. Excited for David Tennant's Doctor Who. Would you and Sarah ever consider doing a live show if a venue offered to host you? Abso-fucking-lutely. I mean, I would. I don't know about Sarah. I can't speak for Sarah. I enjoy that sort of thing. So like I would have like you know, a lot of stage fright about it, but I would love to like be invited to like a con or like do like a sort of stage thing or whatnot. I don't even know what it would be, but I like I would love to do it. I mean, like here's the truth of the matter, which is just that I like doing things, and also Sarah and I are really good friends, and I want to keep working with them on stuff, and so I would love to do a live show with them. L Whale, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. Any advice for people who want to start YouTube channels in the year of our Lord 2023? Your content is fantastic. Thank you. Heart. Love from the Philippines. Love from Texas. I hope you're doing well over there in the Philippines. Starting a YouTube channel in the year 2023. God. I mean, like, a lot of it is going to depend on what it is you're wanting to do. Like, if you're going to do video essays, gameplay videos, lifestyle things, vlogs, podcasts, like it's so many different sort of ways of life that work, you know, that it's so hard to, figure that out, because like it's all different. I think advice for starting YouTube channels. So this is gonna sound really mean, but it's also just kind of the truth of it, which is don't start a YouTube channel expecting like immediate success and acclaim and profit and things like that, because it could happen. People have gotten lucky, you know, I got lucky, but in my experience, when you get into something kind of with that expectation of like, I'm going to start a YouTube channel, it's going to make big profit, and it's going to bring a lot of people, and it's going to do da-da-da-da, no matter how successful it is, it's going to be very discouraging if you don't hit that goal, whatever like goal you have in your head. Try to stay humble, try to stay small, appreciate every single bit of thing you have, because, you know, life is a gift. Like, I was stunned when I got 1,000 subs when I did Demo Reel, because I was like, if that happens, I'll buy Parkitect and I'll justify it because that's going to be amazing. 1,000 people, 1,000 subscribers seems very small in the world of, you know, big YouTube stuff. I mean, this is a 100,000 subscriber stream. Wow, so big. But like 1,000 people is like a fucking stadium, you know? Like, if you've gone to a sold out show of Avengers, like Endgame or like some big movie, there's no way, like, that theater is gonna have less than 1,000 people in it, like on that one screen. So if you have a few hundred people viewing your stuff, that's really good. 12 people, that's really good. As for video stuff, from a technical standpoint, render in H.264, because that is the best way to get a good video quality while also not having it fucking be a super large file size. Work on getting your audio good first and foremost, because audio is what really makes or breaks a lot of YouTube videos for people. And also know your limitations. I feel like I've seen a lot of people who really start off being like, I want to do like a ContraPoints thing. I want to do like an H-Bomber Guy thing. I want to do like a lot of physical, like on-camera things. Know your limits and know what your budget is. I don't do on-camera stuff, and there's a lot of reasons for that. And one of the reasons why is like I only just got like a camera to film things with, which I'm not even using for this, last October, and I don't have lights, I don't have a teleprompter, I don't have this room properly soundproofed. If you don't have like the stuff to do these big theatrical things, try to limit yourself, because work with what you have already before you spend a lot of money in investing in more things, and try to make what you have already good before like you like, I would never record an essay just with this video webcam footage. I tried it with the AVGN prelude video, didn't work out. So learn your things, get audio, work within your limits of what you have before trying to push the boundaries. Not saying you shouldn't push the boundaries, but just try to focus on what you can do to make your stuff really good. Script your stuff. I've seen many a video essayists think that they can do their thing where they ramble, assuming you want to be a video essayist. If you want to just be a Let's Player, you don't have to script, obviously, for a Let's Play. You can, but you don't have to. So many people try to get into video essays and they don't actually form a script of it or even like an outline, and they start stumbling because you don't realize until you get onto like in front of a microphone, in front of a camera, your words can get jumbled up in your head very easily, and what makes sense in your head, you'll have to unravel on camera in real time, and that's going to be a nightmare. You're inevitably going to forget things. You're inevitably going to talk and repeat yourself, as I am. You know, and I would advise having a script and trying to stick to it as good as possible. I do know some creators who can just work off of an outline, and kind of go from there. This thing of, what's it called? It takes a lot of experience in public speaking, and if you feel like you can do it, then do it. But obviously, like, you know your stuff and what you can do. Yeah, I'm trying to think of any other tips. Work on thumbnails. My advice for thumbnails is make sure your text is readable first and foremost. I feel like a lot of people really struggle on making thumbnails that you cannot actually read. Yeah, I'm not saying you need to do like a full-on fucking clickbait style of like you know, but like just make something that like has an appealing image and has readable text, and theoretically have that text be different from your title text, because this is something I actually learned from the creator of why am I saying creator? This is what I learned from Dave from Standard, the guy who's the head of Nebula, to where you have two chances to get people to click on your video: the title and the thumbnail. And if your title and your thumbnail are saying the same thing, then you're just kind of repeating yourself. And I break that rule. The Plastic Beach video, the thumbnail and the title are basically the exact same thing. But try to vary it as much as you can. Try to make it not immediate. Just kind of try to make stuff that's helpful and that's good. And, you know, keep your wits about you. Do it because you want to love doing it. And do it because you feel like you have something to say. And good luck. Also, for programs, DaVinci Resolve is free and really good. It takes a little bit of learning to get used to. I still don't fully know how to use it for actual editing, because I mainly use it for color correcting, but you theoretically can use it for editing, and it works really well for that. I use Premiere for editing, but I don't recommend paying for Adobe. I don't pay Adobe. So do that. Editing, things like that. Drop shadow, learn your keyframes. You can get away with a lot of editing stuff if you learn keyframes and just learn how to move and manipulate images over space and time. Cut to the beat. People have a natural beat when they talk. Everyone has it. Pauses where you say things, pauses where you change thoughts, pauses where you take a breath. So you want to cut to the beat, keep that rhythm going, because that's going to be more better than if it just feels like you're slapping B-roll over everyone talking. Yeah, those are my practical guides and just my YouTube guides. Good luck for whatever it is you're hoping to do for your channel. YouTube is a rough business. It's hard for me, but it's very fun. I can ask for any other thing. I'm trying to catch up on comments since then. I didn't. People bring up that I'm from Texas. Wait, you're from Texas? I don't want to bring the mood down, but aren't they trying to make being trans illegal there? Yep. With every super chat, I get closer to moving out. I'm joking. Don't. But yeah. What are some other stuff people have been saying? Do I plan on doing more on-camera stuff? Eventually, once I get a proper setup for it. I know at least one video I'm going to do on camera stuff for. I think some of it is also just I have to get used to seeing myself on screen more. Because it's straight up, it is very hard for me to witness video of myself. I'm not actually looking at my video to see if it's any good right now. Because I you know, I'm a person. I have image issues like any other person. You know, dysphoria, dysmorphia, all these other things. And it's really hard to have to see yourself and how you look at it. Fucking, what? Oh, hi. Hi, Harry. Yeah, I did do it. I did it. I did it. I mean, I got 100K. How's it going? I hope you're having a great night. This is a big looking room. Going good. Yeah, this is my office. I forgot if I ever showed you it before. I think like I was on webcam with you once. And I remember you messaged me and were like, yeah, you have a fucking gamer room. And I'm like, yeah. Yeah, I do. My posters fell down back there, which is covering up my Last Jedi poster and my Gorillas poster. And, you can still see my baby Yoda Joker figure, which has its own computer chair back there. Yeah, no, we're just doing Q&As, answering questions, answering cues, seeing what all is out there for me to answer. Do I own any They Might Be Giants physical media? Yeah, actually. I have, I think, all of their albums on CD, except for Phone Power, weirdly enough. And then I have a few of their albums on vinyl. I have Lincoln, Flood, Apollo 18, John Henry, Nanobots, Glean, and I Like Fun. I believe those are the ones I have. And then I also have a mug. I have 2 copies of their music video DVD compilation. I have a bunch of posters. I have bumper stickers. I actually sold a bumper sticker to my physics teacher in high school in exchange for him buying tamales from me. I was like, hey, if you buy 2 dozen tamales from me, I'll also throw in a They Might Be Giants bumper sticker. And he was like, deal, and bought 2 dozen tamales from me. That was my physics teacher's story. So yeah, I have a few shirts, but they're all very old, not in the best condition, except for like the IFC one from 2020. Yeah, so I have some They Might Be Giant stuff, but it's been a while since I've gotten anything new. Oh, I also have a Flood puzzle set. On-camera stuff isn't necessary. IMO your style works really well as it is, and you shouldn't feel expected to push into having to see yourself a lot if you don't want to. No, I totally get that. I appreciate that. I think for me, though, and I'm sure you probably understand this feeling, it's this wonder of, for me, it's sometimes less that pressure of being on camera and more of, like, one, when you're, like, actually, like, editing and you start to realize you kind of hate having to fill all those, like, moments, to where you're just kind of like, oh, I wish I had on-camera segments that I could just cut to. Because that's something like when I edit Sarah videos, right? That just makes it so much easier for me. Because it's like, if she's just talking about something that's like, I don't really have a visual for, that I don't think, like, just like giving her own opinion on something and I don't have anything that I think I could put there. It's like, well, I don't necessarily need to come up with a visual. I can just focus on the person. Compared to editing primarily voiceover, to where it's like, oh, like, if I'm just talking about my opinion on something, for like, if I just, it's this thing of like having to stop every 7 seconds to find a visual, which can be like very hard. And also just kind of this thing of I would like to do some more like live action segments just to add some physicality, add some kind of experimentation, just kind of play with it. I don't know. I always think it's just fun to try to see how you can evolve and change, but it's not like an emergency. It's just something to where I'm like, oh, I think it would be cool if I can just get myself to that point. Why did you have 2 dozen tamales and a gorilla sticker for the purpose of selling? It was the They Might Be Giants bumper sticker, for starters. And I had like 5 of them because I think they came. I stole some, not stole, because they were just giving them out from a concert I was at. That was them. And then I got some from this Christmas box that they were selling. And then to do fundraisers for the band, because I was in a high school band, they had to sell tamales by the dozen. Because the Panadiers, which was what we called our dance team, sold chocolate. The soccer team sold chocolate. Chocolate game was all fucking taken up. So we sold tamales. Because we had moms fucking willing to make tamales and just making so many fucking tamales. And so we would go and try to figure out how many tamales we could sell to people. And I got him to buy 2 dozen tamales because he was trying to figure out which band student he would buy them from and if he even needed to buy tamales. And then I was like, I'll throw in a They Might Be Giants bumper sticker because this was before I was even his student. Because I didn't have him until my junior year when I took physics. But I read in the school newspaper that he liked They Might Be Giants. And so I was like, I'll throw in a They Might Be Giants bumper sticker if you buy 2 dozen tamales from me. And he bought 2 dozen tamales for me. And we became pretty good friends. I haven't talked to him in a few years. I talked to him a bit in 2019. And, he's always been a chill guy. He stopped working at the high school. And he messaged me because we were just kind of catching up and whatnot stuff. And he was like, you actually caused me to have an existential crisis, by the way. And I was like, oh, shit. How? And he was like, I saw that you came out as trans, that's really great and cool, but, I'm, a father of, 2 and stuff like that, so it got me in this, mindset of, what would I do if my child came out as trans? What steps would I have to take? How would I process that? How would I deal with it? What do I need to do to be, a supportive parent? And I was like, damn, I'm sorry. But I believe he is a good-natured person, so if one of his children does come out as trans, they'll be in luck. Very least they'll have good music around them, so, Sorry, this has been asked. How would you introduce Berserk to someone who has had more negative experiences with the more toxic sections of the fandom? I would just kind of go into the 97 stuff and just not engage with the fandom, quite frankly. Because the Berserk fandom has some really rotten parts. And I think so long as you stay independent of it, you should be good. But also I know how toxic fandoms can impact mindset, so watch my video and that'll clear my no. Just watch the 97 anime. Just wondering, will there ever be a sequel to the AVGN video like there was for Demo Reel? Probably not, because I don't know what else I have to say. Unless something really wild happens. The thing with the Demo Reel video and the sequel is that I felt compelled to do it because it was kind of this weird thing that the Demo Reel came back at all, and that there was this connection and that of the joke I could make of both things ending the same, and something that I didn't do in the part of the reason why the Demo Reel video is structured the way it is and why it has that mid turn to talking about Nostalgia Critic. Spoilers, by the way, half of the video is actually just talking about Nostalgia Critic. The part of the reason why I did that is because I wanted to talk about clipless reviews in the original video, and I just simply didn't, because I realized that the script was already an hour long, and I was tired, and I thought it would kind of pad things out, and I thought it would be boring, and I quite frankly just did not want to do it at that point in time. But then I just felt like I didn't really get to fully explain how I think Doug's stuff in Demo Reel had like then impacted and showcased the way that he has like failed as a critic and creator since then. So it's like, okay, well, I can do Demo Reel and, you know, frame it around this unexpected return of Demo Reel, and then show that like actually real Demo Reel revival was through Nostalgia Critic, where a bunch of this stuff is going on. I don't think I would do that with AVGN, quite frankly, because like I haven't watched AVGN since Last Ninja, and I only watched Last Ninja because people were like, oh my god, Last Ninja is so much better, and it looks like they took all of your notes. And I watched it, it was really good. I just haven't watched them because after having to be in that headspace for so long, it's like I need a break before I go back into James Rolfe. AVGN stuff being better, though, isn't as shocking as Demo Reel coming back is, because like that was already something that was going to happen independent of the video. And it was something to where like there's not really like a story there for me to really harp on about. So like I can't imagine doing an AVGN follow-up, at least not literally about the same topic. Because I just don't know if there's anything to... I don't know if I have much really else to say about it. Besides the fact that the fucking Cinemassacre Truth subreddit is still awful. Da, da, da. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I joked about. I kind of wish I reframed that joke differently, because I said in there like the only reason I would watch the AVGN movie is if someone like if people joined my Patreon and bugged me about it enough. And I kind of wish I reframed that to like find me on the street and hand me $20, because it sounds less like me begging for money and more of like the joke of like, this is so fucking absurd that like the only way you can do this is to literally pay me. I don't know if I'll ever talk about the AVGN movie. Maybe I'll do it as like a Patreon Nebula thing if people want to talk about it. The only reason why I didn't actually review the thing in it is because I tried to watch it, but the site I was trying to watch it on, which was like Vudu or something, kept crashing. Like it just would not load the video at all. And I got like 15-20 minutes into the movie and it kept crashing. I kept having to restart it, and I was just like, I don't even like this. Like, I don't even like this enough to really feel like watching the rest of it for this video. And I was like, do I really need to go into this whole thing to explain what I need to explain? I was like, no. So I'll just make a joke about how I didn't finish the movie. Yeah, I realize I'm still holding my Squirtle plush. My apologies. Have I played Dragon Quest? I played a little bit of Dragon Quest 9, but not like a lot of it. I just made like a cute girl in it and then had to give the game back to my friend. I want to get more into Dragon Quest. I have a copy of 8 for the PS2 that I got for free, and I'd love to play 11. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. I know 11's on PS Plus, so I could probably play that. Thought of doing videos on the phone of other YouTubers like JonTron or Tobiscus. Not on those two. Because like Tobiscus has been covered and he's just kind of a weird racist now, and I never liked his content to begin with. I thought his videos were always really bad. And then JonTron is just walking into a minefield. That's just kind of asking to be to have a not good time. So, and I don't even know what to really say except like, dude's an ass. In general, like, I don't want to do a lot of like X creator is bad sort of videos unless like I feel like I have like a work of theirs that I can like use it to frame around, or if I think that there's like an actual like like, I don't want to say serious enough as like saying like the Dabiscus and Quentin stuff isn't serious, because it is, but I mean like if there's something that like I feel like it's my duty to report on this, so like, and in general, I just kind of don't want to become a drama channel too much. And if I talk about any drama, I want it to be something that I think is interesting or that I have an interesting take on, not just like, yeah, this person fucking sucks, right? That's just me. Emily, I'm thinking of making my first video, but the script just keeps getting longer and longer, 4K words at the moment, and thinking of making the video scares me now. Any advice on how to handle it? Break it down into chunks. If you haven't already. I don't just mean like the writing of it, but a thing is like a long video can be scary, but it's just scary because it's long and because it takes a little bit more time. But if you take it piece by piece, like record it in bits, edit it in bits. Don't think of it as like I'm editing a 30-minute long video or an hour-long video. Just think of it as I'm editing this video until it's done. I'm saying this video until it's done. Break up the work itself so it doesn't feel like a mountain. I think is the thing. Because that's the thing, like, with Sarah's stuff is, like, Sarah, I guess my stuff, too. Longer videos can be a hassle in that they take more effort to edit because it just takes longer. I mean, like, so obviously. But, like, people ask, how can we do, like, hour-and-a-half long videos, 2-hour videos, 2.5-hour long videos? And, like, the answer is that we just do it. And, like, we just kind of treat it the same way we would a regular video. It just takes a little bit more time to put together. Did you say earlier you played in a high school band? What did you play, and do you still play any instruments? I did. I was in a band all throughout middle and high school. I was alto sax for middle school and tenor sax for high school. I was the tenor sax section leader. I played bari sax for like a semester for concert band. I fucking hate bari sax so fucking much. I don't wish ill will on people, but I wish all my enemies had to fucking play bari sax. And especially play fucking bari sax on fucking Sleigh Ride. Bum, 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 bum. Fucking bari sax for Pomp and Circumstances. Ba 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 ba. Fucking hate it. Fucking hate bari sax so fucking much. But tenor sax is cool. I still technically play instruments, I guess, but I haven't played in a while because, like, I lived in a college dorm and then, like, college apartments and stuff where it just kind of felt rude to, like, take out an instrument and play. And that's still kind of an anxiety I'm kind of, like, worried about. And, like, I know how to play piano, but I'm not really that good at it. And I know how to play guitar, but I'm really out of shape with it. I'm really out of practice. I play melodica. I don't even know where my melodica is right now, but I play it. Oh yeah, no, that is the fucking Pachelbel rant. The video is great. But yeah, I've played a variety of instruments. I used to play bells. I played bells for one competition. Not like the bells of like ding 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 ding, but like the ones that are kind of like just a keyboard that you hit with mallets. Melodica, like I said, used to play recorder in elementary school. I think no one likes that though. What about bari sax is so bad? Because it is a big, heavy saxophone that requires a lot of breath to do. So it takes the wind out of you. It's very heavy to carry around, and um, and what's it called? uh, the songs for it usually have you do backing parts that are just going to be very repetitive, and very much like not hard, but hard in the sense that it's just a lot of single notes with no real breaths. Very boring, but very tiring. Like I said, it is a lot of Barry Sack stuff is dun 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 dun. And you also have to hit a lot of low notes with Barry Sacks, which are very hard to finger and very hard to blow. Much like me. Ayo. Can I play? Sorry, I saw. Can I play Clint Eastwood on Melodica? I used to be able to. Hold on, real quick. Hold on a second, actually. I'm gonna actually just BRB because I do have to use the restroom as well. So. Are we good? Are we good? We good? Uh, I'm gonna. It's been a while since I've done this. Can you all hear me now? Can you hear me now? Remember those old commercials from the Verizon guy, and then he was at Sprint, and I fired him because he moved to Sprint. Can you hear it? Okay. You all can. So I'm very slow or not slow, but it's been a while since I've um, really formally done music stuff. So pardon me if I have to like try to figure this out. But I do have my melodica here. This is actually my second melodica, the one that I got in 2011. I almost included this as a joke in the Gorillaz video. The one I got in 2011 as a birthday gift was stolen from my car. Nathan says they think you were smoking from a big weed hose. I would never. That's illegal. Also, Nathan got this for me. This was my gift from Nathan. Yeah, the melodica got stolen from my car. They did not take the college textbooks. They did not take the jewelry. They did not take my fucking camping equipment. They took a $20 melodica, and I'm still mad about it. So, for Clint Eastwood, it is, like, it starts with, like, a thing on G, I believe. No, it's not G, it's, A. That's the wrong note there. That's the wrong note there. Fucking stupid. I thought you splurged on a nice herb vaporizer for 100K. Nathan, I would never. I don't even know what an herb vaporizer is. I don't engage in the devil's lettuce. What else do I remember? I saw a tweet from Mike the Snare said that he hates Crazy Frog. And I'd like to take away my subscription for Mike the Snare. I cannot stand by such language of hatred and intolerance in harsh times like this. We all need to stick together. And sometimes that means standing by our frog friends when they need us most. Wait, Crazy Frog and Crazy Town? Crazy Town, did they do Butterfly? Am I thinking of another song? You know, the Come My Baby, come my baby, you're my butterfly, sugar baby, that one? But yeah, this is a melodica. For those of you who don't know, this is an instrument. I believe it's a lot more popular in Europe than it is here. In Europe, to my understanding, it's like their equivalent of the recorder. Here, they give us the recorder and it sounds god-awful. Here, they get in Europe, they train kids on the melodica, which is, used as a keyboard thing, and you basically blow into it. You can have two different head types, well, more than two different heads. We have the long hose head now, but I have ones to where you can hold it like this. If you've seen the Gorillaz video for Broken that they did for the concert thing, that is what Noodle is blowing into. Damon Albarn likes to use melodica a lot, especially around the time of the self-titled Gorillaz album. And so, a lot of early Gorillaz stuff uses the melodica. It gives it kind of a little bit of a Western feel to it. Um, uh, I'm trying to think of what other songs have it. I know Brother has it, but I don't remember exactly what the melodica part is. Clint Eastwood has melodica solo, which I used to know by heart. I don't know. Tomorrow Comes Today has a. That. Um, I'm really showing my whole fucking nerdy ass here. I'm so sorry. Um, but yeah, there's a lot of other songs. At one point, there was a pretty updated list of songs that include the melodica on Wikipedia, which is very funny to me because imagine a fucking full list of songs that use guitar. That's how niche this fucking instrument is in the world of recorded music. Uh, but I used to just, when I was like a kid, I had a little keyboard positioned. I say kid, I'm talking like 13, 14, 15. I would have a keyboard positioned right next to my computer desk. So that what I would just do is kind of freestyle just things I knew, and then kind of carry it over to the melodica. So like, trying to even just find a fucking opening pitch. Yeah, it's it's a little, nice little neat little thing. I'd love to like use it in a project, once, but it basically sounds almost kind of like a accordion, except not. And it sounds like harmonica, but not. Uh, so I don't even know how this would sound on melodica, but one weird actual like full fledged piano thing I remember is. I don't even know if y'all would fucking know what that is. That is the, because it doesn't sound right on the melodica. Those are the opening notes to fucking My Freeze Ray from Doctor Horrible's sing along blog, from the official fucking transcription of it. Uh, because like it's the hold on. At one point in my life, I used to have all of the I had basically all of Doctor Horrible's memorized. Um, and so like at least like the performance of it, not like the music itself in terms of like actually performing it, but Freeze Ray is actually really fucking easy to perform on piano. Because it is just like a C chord, and then you move that C over to your B, and then you move your C, and then you add the A, and then you move the chord entirely to G, B, D. So it's like really actually a really good beginner song if you want to get into piano, especially because the if I remember correctly, I'd have to get the actual fucking book out, which is back there. The left side of it, like the actual left hand that's doing like kind of the bass part, it's just like. For like a lot of it is really simple, and as someone who struggles a lot with playing two rhythms at once. I could never be a good percussionist because like they would have us do that thing to where like you tap one rhythm with one hand and then do the other thing with the other. I cannot do that. I have to try to train myself. Kid Icarus is a drummer. I should message him, figure that out. But yeah, I hope this is interesting to y'all. I'm just kind of rambling. We don't even have any questions anymore. I'm just fucking... I got my fucking melodica out. Favorite song to play on melodica? Probably the Clint Eastwood thing if I could play it properly. I'm not playing more of it just because, I'm so fucking rusty that I don't just want to hear, I don't want y'all to have to hear, me try to fucking figure out the album. But, a fun song from SpongeBob? I don't know. By the way, I watched your vid with my partner and the one New York the timeline made us pause and choke laughing, so thank you. I'm glad you liked that. I was really hoping that would appeal to you. Yeah, you came back, Mandy Latoscos, to me showing off my melodica, which is, I have my other musical instruments. I have my saxophone and my guitar over there, but I don't even know if I have good reeds for my saxophone, and my guitar is horribly out of tune. But people asked me, how the fuck did we get, people ask me what instrument I played, I mentioned the melodica. And so people asked me about it. And, yeah, this is, it is what it is. Oh, fuck. It's weirdly harder than you think it would be. Fuck, I keep forgetting there's a fucking... You do the fucking... It's almost like a chromatic scale in a way. Fuck. I'm gonna stop that, because that's just gonna be me fucking fiddling as I try to figure out how to play fucking Megalovania. But yeah. I thought I was gonna end the stream a fucking hour ago, and it's fucking, here we go. That wasn't the only meme song I played. I'm trying to think of other meme songs I know. I remember, what's it called? Steam Power Giraffe did this video back when they used to do, their busking work over in San Diego. And when people would, like, just record their videos and place them online, they would do... something like that. Played better. Because, because, the Steam Power Giraffe are actually musicians. fuck. Shit is hard. Music's hard. I'm gonna give up life and become a YouTuber full time and not a musician. I don't know if the music life's for me. I went over to Al Grossman over in Chicago. He said he didn't see any money here, so I'm going back. I'm gonna get my pilot's license reinstated, gonna pay my dues, gonna go back, fly. Spill my beans about the Batman. I love the Batman. It's a great movie. I don't have my other Steelbook copy of it, but I have this one of this one, and then I got the other one that I like better, so I might keep that and change that in this thing. I got this 4K Steelbook of the Batman. Drove to Waxahachie to pick that up. And then I have this VHS tape of the Batman. I don't even know if this tape has footage on it, but like, you know, it comes with a tape that says the Batman. Oop. Yeah, it comes with the Batman tape. It's full the Batman video case. Which version of Clayface should be in part 2? Why am I blanking on Clayface names now? The one that was friends with Cassandra Cain, because I want them to introduce Cassandra Cain. Also, I keep my dice in a little popcorn tube from the Batman. That I got this the same day I uploaded the AVGN video. I uploaded the AVGN video, and then I went to go see the Batman, because it came out the same day, and it was my reward for finishing all of this. You open it up, boom, dice. There used to be popcorn in there. I cleaned as much of the popcorn out as I could. Cleaned the soda out, too, because, you know, I put soda in there, too, for the pissy shitty. I really liked the Batman. It's the best Batman film. Now that it's been a year since I saw it, I feel pretty confident in saying that it is the best Batman film. Also, Lady Emily updates. I saw your message earlier and I didn't acknowledge it because I was talking about other stuff. But the posters I got in the background I got from Lady Emily updates. They sent me 2 posters for the film Emily, which I know nothing about, as well as a copy of Luigi's Mansion 2 and a Super Mario Brothers movie poster, which I'd love to hang up. I just need to find a good place to hang it that's not in my window. Yeah. I hope this has been a fun stream for y'all. I don't know what else I could showcase at this point. Yeah, there was 2. I was surprised too. I went to go put these up on the window for the stream, and then I saw that there was 2 there. And I was like, wow, they fucking multiplied. Not the Bob Hoskins one, the new one though, the Illumination one, which I hope is good. Yeah, wow, it's almost 9 p.m. I'm kind of starting to get hungry. So I might... should I order pizza? Should I end the stream and order pizza? Because it's been 4.5 hours. I kind of feel like I shouldn't order pizza, but I also kind of want to. I had lunch at 3 p.m. and it was grilled cheese and tomato soup. That was really good. People are saying pizza. Oh, it's a pizza party. Is this a pizza party? I mean, I guess this is a celebration. I'm gonna check Patreon one more time just to be absolutely sure that there's not anything, any new questions? Nope. Any super chats or any questions? Now is your last chance for realsies this time. I'll try to stream again soon though, because I really want to finish Pokemon Black. And I like streaming for y'all, quite frankly. Have I played any of the Fallout or TS games? Yes, I played a bit of Fallout 3, as well as Fallout 4. I have not played New Vegas because I downloaded New Vegas and the radio did not work because of a glitch. So I am fake trans, and I will be canceled by Twitter immediately. Execution. And then I've played a little bit of Oblivion, but I couldn't really get into it. And I played a little bit of Morrowind, but never really gave it a chance. And I've played a lot of Skyrim. By a lot, I mean a few dozen hours, not really a lot. What's my sign? Gemini, unless this is a Bill Engvall joke. Then here's your sign. The Venn diagram of fans of me and fans of Blue Collar Comedy Tour. We're really gonna appreciate that one. Favorite Xenoblade character, if you have one? I know my least favorite's Riki. I fucking can't stand that little shit. Riki? I don't know. I hope Chugga Conroy's not here to hear me fucking diss Xenoblade 1. Favorite, probably, I like Rex a lot so far. But I haven't played 3 yet, and I still need to finish 2. How did I come up with the name Lady Emily? That's kind of a funny story. So, I was told by my therapist to start a Twitter account or some sort of Facebook or social media account. She said Facebook. I chose that to mean Twitter instead because I don't want to start another Facebook account. I hate Facebook. When I was still closeted so that I could be Emily publicly. And so I wanted to, I started up started using the Great Cheshire Twitter, which is now my main Twitter, but used to be my side Twitter. Now what used to be my main Twitter is now my private Twitter. And so I used the Great Cheshire thing, and I started putting my name as Emily there, but I didn't want to be just Emily because there's so many Emilys in the world. And so I was like, I needed some sort of thing in front of it. And for a joke, because I always like noble titles, I think they're very funny. And also because I was closeted and wanted any sort of gender euphoria possible. I would put these feminine titles in front of my thing. So for a while, I was Miss M. I actually had a Game of Thrones tweet for Game of Thrones Season 8 that went viral. And so you can still find screenshots of when my Twitter account was Miss M on various news sites. It was when Season 8, Episode 3 aired, The Long Night. That's some Lady Emily lore for you. So I was Miss M for a while, which seems wrong now. I was Princess Emily for a while, which seems really wrong now because, I'm friends with Princess Weeks, and, Princess is my actual name. If my name was Princess Emily, it would be so fucking confusing. And then before I settled on Lady Emily, which I used for my Twitter account. And then when it came time to do my YouTube channel, I wasn't sure what I wanted to name it. Especially because Sarah would start... Sarah gave me a shout out on one of her videos before I even had content on my channel. Before I even wrote for them, Sarah gave me a shout out. And it was on the J.K. Rowling video. And I didn't have any content on my stuff yet. And I felt really bad. And my channel was just called, I think, Great Cheshire at the time. And so I was trying to figure out what I wanted my video essay name to be, which is so hard because it's like choosing a name for yourself, except it's what you get on a silver plaque when you reach 100,000 subscribers, so it better be good. I just carried over Lady Emily from Twitter, so I was like, I guess that sounds good. Because something I discovered is that, if I just call myself Great Cheshire, people don't know what to call me. And I don't like when people just call me Great Cheshire, they call me Great or Chesh. It sounds weird. Or call me Cheshire. It just doesn't sound good. And I was like, well, at least with Lady Emily, I don't want to go by my full name. I don't want to do Emily last name. I don't want to just at least this gives me a way where people can just call me Emily, but I'm also distinct enough. And I didn't even realize at the time that it's also the title of a book series. Sorry, fans of that book series whose Google and fandom results are now muddled. And so yeah, and I tried out Lady Emily. Because I was like, oh, people are getting recommended my channel from Sarah, so I should probably have it named something. And so I had it named that. And that is the story there. Where did I get my bookshelves? This big one is from IKEA. It's a Billy the Bookcase. It says hello. So is the table. His name is Ingo. That's a Jonathan Colton reference for you. For all of those. Thank you for the congratulations. How did I discover Berserk? I used to be really big into abridged series. I used to watch a lot of abridged series. I used to have my own abridged series. I did a Dragon Ball abridged series, which was a ripoff of alternate reality Dragon Ball Z. It was called Shinron 204's DBZ, and it's been erased from the internet court order to be deleted. So it is now completely gone for good. You cannot find my original Dragon Ball abridged series. I will say, however, I did my Dragon Ball parody series, and then a month later, Team 4-Star started theirs. And I'm not saying they ripped me off, but you know, kind of looks that way. But anyway, I used to be really into abridged series, so I used to just watch a bunch of them. And HBI2K did Berserk Abridged, which has not aged particularly great. I wouldn't really recommend it now, not because it's like offensive. It's just very 2007. But I actually watched all of Berserk Abridged before I watched any of Berserk. I watched the entirety of Berserk Abridged, all 26 episodes of it. And that was actually kind of rare because abridged series didn't finish back then. I don't know if this is something people remember, but like, okay, like history time. I know I said I was going to end the stream, but I'm fucking talking about this shit now. Okay, so back in the 2007-2008, the Bridge series used to be fucking huge. And one of the big things that a lot of people had of the Bridge series is that a lot of Abridged series didn't finish. And this is because a lot of Abridged series were based on popular anime, and a lot of popular animes were long runners. So you had things like Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged, Naruto Abridged, Death Note Abridged. There were 5 fucking million Death Note Abridged. Dragon Ball GT Abridged, Dragon Ball Z Abridged. Eventually Dragon Ball Z Abridged did finish. Yu Yu Hakusho Abridged didn't finish. Lupin the Third didn't finish. A bunch of these other things that just, either from big creators that they stopped doing it because they moved on to do Team Force or other things, small creators that gave up because it just was too much to finish it, or, you know, just long runners and people got bored, people would get on in life. And then HBI2K was very rare because he actually finished 3 abridged series, because all the abridged series that he did were based on short runners. So Berserk Abridged was also a very unique thing because each episode of Berserk Abridged also covered an episode of Berserk as well, rather than like, you know, something like Dragon Ball Z Abridged, which was compiling several episodes down into a 10-minute chunk. So HBI2K did Berserk Abridged, Gantz Abridged, Visions of Escaflowne Abridged. I watched Berserk and Gantz Abridged. Didn't watch Escaflowne Abridged because I watched an episode of it and didn't quite get into it. But I watched through all of Berserk Abridged and thought, wow, this seems like a really cool show. And then I got to the ending of Berserk Abridged, and like, they don't do the eclipse in Berserk Abridged, but they joke about the eclipse, and I knew that the eclipse would happen. I'm like, this is a fucked up way to end a series. And so I was like, I have to see it. So I found the final episodes of Berserk online, because this was like, I was gonna say this is when you could find episodes of Berserk online for free. You can still find episodes of Berserk online for free. I didn't outright say it in my Berserk video because I didn't want to say like, hey, it's piracy. But all of Berserk 97 is online for free. Anyone who wants to get into Berserk, it's all up there. It's all dubbed. It looks great. Don't watch a 4K 60 FPS up-res of it. Just watch Berserk 97. It's all up on YouTube. There's no other legal way to watch it unless you're in one of the 5 countries where it's on Netflix. So I watched the final episodes of Berserk, which were the Eclipse, and I was like, this looks really cool. And then I was like, how do I get into this? And so then at this point, Best Buy, I noticed that they had and I actually have this original DVD copy over here. I'm staring at it. It is the remastered collection that they released in around 2008, 2009. And the way that they would release this is that Berserk, for its first few years of life, was in this set called the Box of War set, where they had their individual discs of like 6 discs with like 3 or 4 episodes per piece on it. The video quality was bad, it was like fine, but it came with this big ass fucking box set. And so then in 09, 08, they released a remastered collection of it. It was still a DVD, but it's a gorgeous set where it's the complete series of Berserk for you know, completely remastered. Looks beautiful, looks gorgeous, and the disc's art is amazing on it. It's such a fantastic release. It has all the outtakes, all the special features, and it was $30. And this was like a big deal for me because like, this was before the age of streaming services. Like, the only streaming thing people were doing were on YouTube, and you were like glued to your computer desktop to watch that stuff on YouTube. So like, this, for me, like, the idea of owning a complete series for $30 was like unreal, right? That was like, oh my god, that's such a fucking steal. This is when anime like was still getting into that habit of doing season sets and not just releasing things in like 4 to 5 episode chunks on like that's being generous. For a long time, anime was released 3 episodes at a time and $25 DVDs. I remember my fucking origins. So I actually got my mom to buy me the Berserk Remastered Collection for $30 at Best Buy. Nowadays, that set's out of print. It's a lot more money. I wouldn't say it's really worth it. It's a beautiful set, but also you can get better quality with True HD on YouTube, and it'll like actually like look better. You know, only really buy it if you're a collector. But I watched all of it, fell in love with it, and then got into the manga through Half Price Books because that was the only place that you could find Berserk manga at the time, is used bookstores and used comic shops, because this is something that kind of gets forgotten, and I almost had this in my original draft of the Berserk video before I deleted it after Miura died, which is that pre-Berserk 2016, Berserk stuff was actually really hard to find in stores, the manga especially. You could find the Golden Age movies at Best Buy. You could find 97 and used movie stores and stuff like that before it went out of print. The Berserk manga was not like in Barnes and Noble. It was not in a lot of these shops. Dark Horse used to just let the books go out of print. And so there would be like these periods of time, you can go back and look at the subreddit where like people would talk about like volume 22's out of stock. Volume 16's out of print. Like these volumes would just go out of print pretty regularly. And Dark Horse would do like 1 new printing per year, and they just wait for enough of it to go out of print for them to like go and do a new printing. And it was so fucking expensive. There was no digital copies. There was no way to buy them in store, so you had to buy them either at your local comic shop or online, which was like a whole thing. So I got into Berserk by going to Half Price Books to actually read the manga. I had the first 2 over there. I bought the first 2 copies. I'm looking at them right here. My first 2 that I got from Half Price Books. So I read the first Black Swordsman stuff, and I read that over and over and over again. And like, yeah. So for a while that was it, and then eventually I got a bit older. I was able to buy more of the volumes, and then eventually I discovered piracy, and I read the rest of Berserk that way. And then I bought the entire series twice on manga. So that it balances itself out in the long run. But yeah, that's how I got into Berserk. I started reading and watching Berserk when I was 11, and I'm 25 now. And, you know, it's been with me for most of my life, and I have a Berserk tattoo. I have a Brand of Sacrifice necklace. And, yeah. Berserk's really good. Picked up the newest deluxe edition? No, I have not. They finally have 13 out. I haven't seen it in stores. Because now that I'm finally caught up, I'm like, okay, I can just buy 13 whenever I see it. But I haven't seen it. But, yeah, I have the first 12 volumes of the deluxe editions. I finally, because Barnes & Noble every December... this is some advice for those who want to get into it. Barnes & Noble every December does a 50% off hardcover sale, and that extends to all hardcovers. And Berserk stuff's usually the first to go, because these Berserk Deluxe editions are usually MSRP $50. You can get them online for $34 to $40, maybe sometimes $45. When you get them on sale for 50% off, they're $25, which is a steal. There's a big hardcover book, it gets 3 volumes. 1 volume of Berserk is $15 normally, getting 3 in hardcover with colored illustrations and posters and shit like that for a nice ribbon, $25. So that's my advice. If you want to collect the Berserk Deluxe editions, keep your eye out for those sales. They usually happen in the few days after Christmas. I also got Truth of the Divine. That way, you know, the second Lindsay Ellis book in her series. And I got the Nier art book that way as well. Yeah, so that was a long ramble of how I got into Berserk. I'm so sorry. I hope that answered the question. I think that's as good of a place as any to leave off for the night, because I don't know if I'm going to top that. And it's also 9 p.m. and I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. Yeah. Thank you all for showing up. Thank you all for your support. Thank you all for the for helping me with this. Like, I literally could not have made 100,000 subs without y'all. I mean, I could have, but that would have been expensive. I would have had to buy bots, and it would have been really pathetic seeming. But yeah, I it's so weird to be at this point, and it's so wild to be here, and I'm really excited for whatever comes next. Laser Samurai, I'm really sorry. The VOD's gonna be up for a bit. I don't know if I'm gonna leave it public or unlisted, but the VOD's gonna be up for a bit, so it's not gonna be privated at the very least. Thank you all so much for everything. I'm so grateful, and thanks y'all for also accepting me on camera. This is a very strange experience. I'm gonna go order, I think, like a big ass cheese pizza. Kyra, thank you so much for the super chat. That's so great. Thank you for streaming your fantastic account. Aw, thank you. Thank you for streaming. Your streams are so great. Everyone, follow Cozy Kyra. She does great stuff. She does these really chill streams on Twitch. Okay, I'm actually gonna end this now because I really fucking want pizza.